Yo. Two guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-land, I'm corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool, as I'm just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the fee-bone specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin. It's imperative. Enemies keep them close like relatives. I was down in the dumps and negative. Came right back, Hector Bellerin. Now I'm coming out taking a sedative. No competition, but still competitive. Plus, the Jezebel's predative. Want it raw like a pic unedited. Not credited. Even though I made vast improvements. Hopping the coupe, push start, I'm cruising. When they look at their past, they're fuming. I'm one step ahead like Arsene Lupin. Can't be a part of this movement. Barbies think we're the hardest humans. Still target my target booting regardless of any other armies trooping.
Well, if you come to visit me in Toronto, I mean, you could always go see the St. Lawrence Market. What are you up to tonight? Because it's late in London now. And yeah, we could definitely like FaceTime or call or whatever you want to do.
Two guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-land, I'm corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool, as I'm just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the fee-bone specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin.
To hear me, shout outs to Link in the building. Link is the reason why we have the link. All puns intended. You know what I'm saying? Link me to the link. To the movie, to tonight's movie. So I'm waited till tonight, to do the show. So, shout outs to Link, man. Man, we are currently one of my videos is currently blowing up. So there might be some new people coming through. Make sure you guys hit the like button, please subscribe, support the show. Shout outs to Link in the building. Evron, what's going on, player? Good to see you. Cynical. Happy 4th of July, everybody. Shout outs to Tampa Supreme in the building. If you haven't, make sure you head over to Tampa Supreme's channel and subscribe. You did. Shout outs to everybody here. Yes. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe and support the show. Yeah, we are back, man. We had a crazy show on the last show, man, going nuts over the Diddy situation and just talking about a bunch of different stuff. Y'all know we always have fun. Every time I go live, I bring out the artists and bring everybody together. Shout outs to everybody here. Hopefully you guys are making it in. What's going on, Red Fox Box? Good to see you, man. Shout outs to everybody in the building, man. We're gonna get into a little bit of a show, before we get into movie night. You dig? Try to get everybody in here before we head over to Rumble. Shout outs to everybody that's on Rumble, Speaking of a humble rumble, man, like I said, a lot of people are coming over. I just posted a video. I had a YouTube short coming out about this too, but I just posted a video about 4 extras. He's another gang member that I don't know. Adam got a thing for the Crips, man. He's another gang member that works over at No Jumper on Adam 22's podcast. And recently he was threatening another dude on there called 607 Ump. Y'all might have seen him all over the place. Crazy looking dude. He remind me of a couple of dudes back in my neighborhood, that I grew up with, that would be considered crazy. Some of them niggas is crazy, but a good handful of them ain't. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I got many quotables, and one of my latest quotables that I want to take with y'all, that I want y'all to take, with y'all, but oh boy, one of the latest quotables that I want you guys to take, but shout your boy out if you use it. If you 2 years ahead of niggas in knowledge, you might as well be Jesus. You know what I'm saying? You might as well be Jesus. Um, some might say it's voodoo, man. This nigga 4 extras done blew his damn hand off, fucking around with them damn fireworks. Put it in reverse, Terry. He done blew his damn hand off. You know, and he was up there trying to fight 607 Unk. He was up there trying to fight, Aaron the plumber. And it's like, bro, you gotta, God giving you a chance, man. You just got out of jail. You still trying gangbang. And it's like, bro, just, go sit down, bro. You know? Go sit down. Sometimes y'all gotta take the clue. If you don't take the clue, God will humble you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like sometimes God been humbling you, but that's why I like, a lot of stuff was going crazy. A lot of stuff was going crazy where I was at. Not saying that, I was in a crazy position, which I was, but I wasn't. But like people be like, yo, Kuda, why you just, why you kind of ducked off and doing your own thing, God never said you can't do your own thing. But sometimes you got to go and sit down. Y'all see me. I traveled and went and sat down for a little bit. You know, I mean, it's not going the best, but it's better than what it was before. You know what I'm saying? Things was happening in life, and sometimes you got to go somewhere and go sit down. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Go see some things before some things, see you. So black men, I'm giving y'all some good games, some knowledge you can't get in college, man. Sometimes God telling you to go sit down, you know. Now God wasn't telling me to go sit down. I just know when to go sit down. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you standing up and doing all the rah rah shit, And some of y'all are extroverts. Some of y'all are introverts. I'm more like an introvert. This is kind of the most extroverted thing I've done. Really host a podcast show. But you know what I'm saying? Only you in your life know how you get out or when you're doing too much. And sometimes you gotta go sit down. And if you don't go sit down your damn self, something gonna sit your ass down. So now this man ain't got no right hand. He crippin' for real, man. All everything on the left now, man. He don't got a right hand now, and I feel bad for him. Because you know that's a hard way. That's a hard way to learn. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Jalen? What's going on, Paul? You said Cassie nasty. Yeah. Well, this is something that I said on the last show that I knew that was what was gonna happen. Um, Cassie should have sat her ass down. This is another incident where somebody needed to go sit down and didn't go sit down. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's your legal team, sometimes your legal team gonna get you into some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Cassie should have just remained humble. She got a whole baby. This whole case was crazy. You know what I'm saying? She got some mouths to feed, you know, including her husband and shit like that. She should have took her money and go sit down. You understand what I'm saying? And it's 4th of July. I told y'all to go sit down. Um, y'all go look about what's going on. Shout outs to LT man. Shout outs to everybody in Chicago. Mellow Bucks. had a whole album release party on the 2nd of July, and that shit got shot the fuck up. Like 14 something, like 14, I think, people got hit, and a bunch of them died. Like she lost like a couple of her friends, a couple of girls died, and her boyfriend died and shit. You know what I'm saying? Even Doo-Wop, you know, from GBE, he got hit, you know? So, man, I told y'all, man. And then y'all are getting older, bro. Like you an adult now. I mean, you know, not even an adult, but like, you know, you getting well into adulthood. You know, you gotta go sit down. You know, you gotta go look at the signs. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go look at the signs and go sit down, you know, and realize how blessed you are. You got all of your fingers, you got all of your toes, hopefully. You know, some of y'all got a dead toe, you know, corns everywhere. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go sit down sometimes, man. You know, you gotta go sit down. You did? Gotta go sit down. So that shit is sad. You know what I'm saying? And my you know, my prayers go out to all of those, to 4 Extra, Mellow Bucks, families and stuff like that. People are getting affected affected in the real world. But let's get into this. You know, like I said, this is another case of, go sit your ass down. You gotta go sit down. Cassie, um, she still wanted to go after Diddy, and so now, the escorts are going after her. We were talking about it, and I was trying to tell y'all, I don't understand, how basically they try to charge Diddy with trafficking and all kinds of whatever. I think one charge stuck. I forgot the charge, but basically they basically said that Daphne Joy, 50 Cent's baby mama, and Cassie were quote unquote escorts, or sex workers or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Which is goofy as hell because um, even Diddy was under the assumption that those were his girlfriends. You know, so the feds let him off on the big shit. With the federal freak off, they let him off on the big shit, and basically try to charge him for the for some petty shit. They just had to get something on him or whatever. You know, um, and Cassie was treated like and she got immunity. You understand what I'm saying? She's a accomplice, and she got immunity. So she's still trying to go after Diddy right now, or maybe it's not her idea to keep going after Diddy, but her legal team and her lawyers, they're trying to go after Diddy right now. You know what I'm saying? So that's interesting in and of itself. So they're afraid of him being free. Couple people came out and they're afraid of Diddy being free. And now you got something going on where, like I said, if anybody was trafficked and anybody really was the victims and stuff like that, and best believe they're kind of going after Diddy, but they're going after Cassie. You know, you got to go and sit down. You have to go and sit down because look, um, everybody's counting her pockets and gloating about that 30 M. You know, and it's like what I said. It's like what a lot of people been saying. Like when she got that 30 M, that was her justice. Anything else after that, she kind of doing too much. I mean, I guess let the other victims that were trying to money grab, you know, go after it. you got cashed out. Like what else are you trying to get at this point? You understand what I'm saying? And lo and behold, Diddy was the one in this whole situation with the money. Everybody was leeching off of him. So they put Cassie in they put Cassie in the limelight, and made it out that she was a victim. And so I guess that hyped her up. I don't know. I guess that tried to put her on another level of thinking. And shout outs to everybody here. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Happy 4th of July, everybody. But you know, uh they tried to make her, I don't know, her legal team is trying to make her seem like she's some type of revolutionary in this thing, because it's a high profile case. And I guess maybe she got something going on where she's trying to like kind of, recover some of her image. You dig? What's going on, Chris G? Happy 4th of July, brother. Good to see you, man. Great to see you guys. So yeah, Cassie should have went and sat down, just let the shit die down, but she didn't. And honestly, it's crazy because she's an accomplice. She's an accomplice also. So while a lot of people are looking to point their hands at Diddy, you got to remember she was the one that they were talking to, dealing with, and texting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of guys out there that's like, yeah, Diddy this, Diddy that, whatever, cool. But it was her I was talking to. You know what I'm saying? It was her I was dealing with. Whatever, dealings I had in this situation, it was literally through her. And then, she running around as the victim, and you got to understand, people that's close to the situation is like, what? You know? Hell no, she ain't gonna get to no goddamn podcasting. Hell no. She don't got that much of a voice to be talking. I hate to say it like that. No, what is she gonna talk about? She can't really say nothing. What is she gonna talk about? Yeah, she was the madame. Absolutely, I give you that. Yeah, absolutely, she was the madame. But like, I hate when they bust like the trap houses or the whole houses. They let the madame go when the madame is way worse than the pimp. The madame, way worse and way more effective. But you know, at Hoti, she could have been the orchestrator. You did, So, I mean, nah, she ain't got nothing to say, man. Ain't really nothing to talk about. Not in this economy. You know, not in this economy. She can't get into podcasting. Diddy's better off getting into podcasting than she is. I know Diddy's probably not the face of it anymore, but y'all know Diddy runs Revolt. Revolt is Diddy's, you know, um, his website. A lot of people don't remember. This is why a lot of times, because somebody was asking, how is 50 and Diddy, beefing and stuff like that. Diddy and 50 been going back and forth for a minute, other than just Daphne Joy. 50 had This Is 50. A lot of people don't remember that. And Diddy had Revolt. You know, um, but no, I mean, there was this other guy, and it wasn't the Punisher, which is hilarious. Um, there was this other guy, um, this other hired escort that's going after Cassie, claiming that she gave him a STD, and then also claiming that she was pregnant and aborted their baby. You know, they said that she was pregnant and aborted their baby. You know, so I don't know how that works. It's like, damn. You know, is she up here? Aborting let me not say that word too loud. She was up here aing a a escort's kid. So they were saying that she, deleted, a kid. You know, I ain't gonna lie. We might end up seeing what I said might happen earlier. I think her husband should hit the button soon. Maybe while I don't even know if while this case is going on, but I don't know. Her husband might want to hit the button soon. You know, he might want to pull. He might want to pull the what's that dude name? That basketball player. He might that's getting sued by Maura Mills. I forgot her name. His name. He might want to. He might want to get the bag real quick before there is no bag to get and bounce. At least get at least 5 M's or something and bounce. What's going on, Jam Man? Oh my goodness, good to see you, brother. Happy 4th of July to you, man. Good to see you. Yes, Sirski. Shout outs to everybody enjoying their 4th of July, though. Yeah, once y'all get older, y'all gotta sit in the house and pregame and fall asleep on somebody's couch. You know what I'm saying? Like outside shooting fireworks. That shit ain't cool when you get older. It's like, all right, let me look around and check my surroundings and shit like that. I don't know these niggas out here, niggas up here and shooting AKs and all kinds of stuff and shit. Them bullets come back down, man. You know, and then shit, fuck, you getting old now and shit. Fuck around and have a seizure, with some of them flashes and stuff. You know, so make sure y'all are eating some good food and somewhere ducked off, enjoying the weekend before you go work. You know what I'm saying? Go get y'all a cigar and you know what I'm saying? Get it in. You did? Yeah, watch the fireworks on TV. Yeah, that's safe. That's safe, For extra them blew his damn hand off. But yeah, let's get into this real quick and then let's touch base. Give me 1 second. I'm still setting up the show. Please hit the like button and support the show. Shout outs to Queen Shiva. Alright. Gotta see this escort that claims that claims that Cassie deleted his kid. I wouldn't want to have his kid either. Shit.
All right, welcome back, Kings and Queens, y'all. We are still talking the Diddy trial. I thought we would take like a little day off, have a little barbecue, put a little steak on the grill, a little corn, potatoes, and all that. But no, this is just the gift that keeps on giving. And when I tell you, baby, Cassie, let me say this to you. And I tell you what, listen, let me just say this to you. Some things are left better off unsaid. Sometimes you take your $30 million and you leave and you close the door quietly. We talk a lot about closing the door quietly over here. And I do believe the fact that Cassie had something else to say post verdict may have placed a target on her back. What are your thoughts? I think the fact that she came out and poked her head out like a groundhog has possibly caused her to be a sitting duck. Because as of today, Clayton Howard, a male escort, has filed against Cassie.
That's crazy. That would have been a crazy looking kid. But let's go.
Claiming she gave him an STD and aborted their pregnancy without his knowledge, without his permission. Clayton, come on now. Are you sitting here telling me you wanted the
What's going
baby?
on, Nicer?
We're going to talk about it. For those of you who are just tuned in, or if you're new to the channel, welcome.
Shout outs to Nicer in the building. Nicer, check your email. Check your email. Shout outs to you. Happy 4th of July to everybody. Y'all, please hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. We're going to have movie night tonight. Shout outs to everybody here. Hold on, let me finish putting the links in the chat. What's going on, party? Oh my God, everybody's here. I guess the notification that went out. Shout outs to everybody here. We have a poll in the chat. There's a poll in the chat. There's a poll in the chat. Shout outs to Nicer in the building. Good to see you. Happy 4th of July. I wished you a happy 4th of July earlier. I don't know if you got the email, but if you can, whenever you get the chance, please check your email. I wouldn't want to have this nigga's baby. You know, I actually really feel bad for Cassie. You know what I'm saying? I actually really feel bad for Cassie. You know, but then again, like I said, you know, you gotta go sit down. You know, you gotta. It's really lucrative to go sit down in her case. You know, or take at least 10 mil, put that shit in a damn crypto wallet, and go bury it somewhere. You know, go bury it somewhere or something. I don't know. You know, turn that shit into Bitcoin, put that shit in an external crypto wallet, and go bury it somewhere.
Welcome to
This ain't about to
Palace.
be good.
I'm Queen Sheba. I cover a variety of hot topics specific to reality
Shout outs to
television.
Party
But
in
most
the building.
importantly,
Good to see you,
I
brother.
hone in on the psychological and the behavior.
Party, I got some kits I gotta send you. I gotta make sure. I gotta see. I just got my email back up. I gotta see if I can send these files to you. It's gonna probably be a
behavioral
zip file.
traits of the Black experience.
Subscribe now.
Clayton, quit playing with me, cause I know damn well you know and I know. I'm sorry, y'all. You know and I know. Cassie did not want a baby with you. But Cassie, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You testified under oath that it was consensual. They have exhibits that they entered into the court as evidence of you initiating freak offs, of you directing and guiding. And sometimes, y'all, you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. Cassie, you had the
Right.
favor of the public opinion after you left that courtroom. You needed not say nothing again. I'm sorry. Just because a lawyer says to do something doesn't mean they're right. My background is in organizational psychology with a specific focus in behavioral modification. I would have told her, we're not saying one word. We're going to wait. We're going to let the smoke clear. We're going to be quiet. I strongly believe because Cassie has something to say, and now people know that she got that money comes to me, flowing effortlessly. They're going to come for you, Cassie.
Well, this is the thing too now, because this kind of messed up the case also. If they, you know, because they were too busy, you know, the feds were too busy interested in the freak offs, you know, the federal freak off, right? The feds were too busy interested in Diddy's sex life, right? And this is the thing, right? They were amplifying Diddy's sex life and bringing the escorts into it and stuff like that. Like, first of all, if y'all were gonna say Cassie and Daphne were the escorts that Diddy was guilty of doing whatever to, then why make the other people testify and take a stand? I mean, I get it. You got to prove without a doubt that Diddy is just deviant and stuff like that. But also, you have to also look at it like this, right? You're amplifying, like you're making a mountain out of an anthill. You know what I'm saying? You're making the mountain out of an anthill and amplifying that. And honestly, I'm not going to say all the escorts in this case can go around and start doing interviews like the Punisher. You know, yeah, hindsight 2020, exactly. And this is the thing, right? So you made a mountain out of an anthill, and now these guys are like, dragged into it. If the feds, I mean, and honestly, I don't know what else they could have went after, but they got tapes and stuff like that. The feds could have done whatever they needed to do, but they should have downplayed it. Like that should have been an element of the case, but not the whole case. You know what I'm saying? And sadly enough, and this might have worked out in Diddy's favor. I hate to say this like that because I did, I may have been wrong. I did say that Diddy was kind of, I know he probably felt dumb. I didn't say he was, but I know he probably felt dumb because he could have held on to that 20 mil, because she got 20 mil from Diddy, and she got an extra 10 million from the hotel that tried to cover up, that went out of business, that tried to cover up. The movie is She Hates Me. The movie is She Hates Me from Spike Lee. That was highly requested. So we're definitely going to go over that movie. And you are absolutely welcome to join us over on Rumble. If you guys are here, join us over on Rumble after this stream. You know, but please hit the like button, guys. Please support the stream. It's Player Talk Radio. We are here. Um, the thing is that, like, the hotel chain went out of business, and it's just a lot of other stuff, going on. And Diddy gave her 20 million that he could have put towards the case. Somebody said that this case probably set Diddy back like maybe like 130 million. And it probably did. You know what I'm saying? It probably did. I don't know. Maybe even more. But the footage, since he settled out in court for the 20 million, right, y'all? Or just settled and gave her the 20 million, that's when she got her payback or whatever she wanted. She got cashed out and she got the 20 million. They still use that footage. It probably, that was the only thing other than the tapes that they probably got from his house, whatever is on there, which probably they didn't want to upplay because other people would have probably went to jail behind it. But hold on, y'all. Okay, I gotta figure this out. Hold on, y'all. Yeah. So anyway, hold on. I'm getting hit up real quick. Hold up, y'all. So anyway, basically, usually if somebody gets cashed out, whatever they settled out for, shouldn't come up in a case. But they end up using that hotel footage in this case. So it was like, damn, Diddy kind of paid her the money for nothing. I think that would be the only footage that they really got. To paint Diddy as like a evil dude, and honestly, that's kind of what people are going off of. But that's not what he got took to court for. You know what I'm saying? That's not what he got. That's not what he got took to court for. So, um, and even one of the jurors before they came up with their decision was like, you know, I just saw I just saw that tape, throughout this whole time. He just saw that tape, or something. He said recently that he just saw that was already out. I'm like, damn, they didn't play that in court, which they did. I don't know why he's just saying he just saw it, but maybe he was one of those jurors, because I think a couple of jurors got replaced in that case, in this case. But anyway, he said that he feels biased. He said that he feels biased. So it's gonna affect his decision because he just now saw it, and now he feels some type of way about Diddy. You know what I'm saying, or Diddy's character or whatever. So it was like, dang, if they're still using that footage, Diddy didn't have to. Shout outs to Nicer, right? Right, right. I'm trying. Shout outs to Nicer in the building. Shout outs to Nicer, one of the best beat producers I know. But no, check this out, y'all. Diddy could have kept this 20 million. And maybe, I don't know, just maybe Cassie would have still got the 10 million from the hotel. Maybe she would have still got the 10 million from the hotel. But somebody in that hotel that got bribed and paid off by Diddy, they said one of the guys from the hotel bought a truck and some other stuff because Diddy paid them all, like, I think like 30K a piece or something like that. So he, dropped probably like a little bit over 100K or whatever. A couple of guys got paid out for that, but that hotel chain is not there no more. But Cassie got 10 million from that. So I'm not gonna lie, if they probably had downplayed Diddy's sex life, this probably wouldn't have been happening. You know what I'm saying? Some of these escorts will go away. But then again, pay attention, y'all. There was another element that was brought up saying, well, and they only do this because these are guys. Because like I said on the last show, I'm like, if you think about it, the real victims in this case were black men. If we're going to talk about trafficking. But somebody said something and it made a lot of sense. They said, how the hell are you going to sue somebody when you were doing something illegal? You shouldn't have been, they shouldn't, at least, even on their job, shouldn't have been doing what they were doing. But it's encouraged, that happens. Whether you're a male gigolo or whatever, that shit happens. And honestly, I ain't even gonna lie, low key, they encourage it, you know. Um and it's but it's at their discretion, but it is implied. Um he gonna get something from this. They're kind of saying that he's suing Cassie directly though. Not necessarily Diddy. But if he could prove some stuff, he gonna get something out of this. Like I said, she should have went and sat down. She should have went and sat down. So this is gonna get messy all over again. And honestly, I think Diddy should appeal
because he was found not guilty. They're going to come for you and they're going to strip and rob and attempt
No pun intended. I
to
already think they
take
did.
every penny of that $30 million that you received. And you know what? We got to base it on the law. We have to base it on the law. When Cassie received $20 million from Sean Diddy Combs, that was her justice. Cassie chose a
Right.
civil lawsuit over criminal charges. That was her justice. That was her freedom to choose within the legal parameters that she had of how she wanted to approach her case. When Cassie received $10 million from the Intercontinental Hotel, she utilized the flexibility and the freedoms that were that she rightfully deserves, right? Within the legal system. So if we're going to base it by law, I need you to sit back, take your feelings out of the equation. And if we're talking law, he has every right to sue as a victim. See, that's why I'm saying, because some of you are going to say, he ain't no victim. Well, that's what the people are saying about Cassie. Now, do you see how this thing is convoluted and it becomes complicated, like I was telling you? Well, you need to choose. I ain't choose. I'm telling you, it's complicated. And you're going to say, hold up, Clayton, because you consented. Well, now he's a victim. And he's coming after Cassie. He's also coming after Diddy, but I think his primary target is Cassie. And I think he's going to get something, but because he's claiming that Cassie gave him, not Diddy, Cassie gave him an STD knowingly, infected him. Now, let me ask you something. Had it been a man in any situation, we're not talking about the celebrity status of it all, but had a man knowingly slept with different women and did not protect themselves, did not or was not proactive in protecting himself and gave STDs to different men, what would be your thought? I mean, to different women, what would be your thought? If it were a man that was sleeping with different women and freak offs and giving them STDs, what would be your thoughts? Because now you have this male escort that says, although the government did not call me and qualify me as an expert witness, listen, this girl slept with me. She gave me an STD. And not only that, listen, oh my God. He's saying she aborted their baby without his permission. Now, Clayton, I'm gonna need you to come forward to the altar on this good old Thursday, Sunday. You and I both know damn well Cassie did not want a baby by you, but however, Cassie, he's a victim. And listen, some people are gonna say to y'all, I need you to keep that same energy. And that's why I keep saying over here, we hone in on the psychological and the behavioral traits. Because I said, women, be very, very careful. Be very careful. It's a tricky game of how you present yourself. When you say, listen, I ain't going to even get into it today. We have to be careful as women. Either we're in charge and we're equal or we're not equal. He's looking at her as an equal abuser and an equal predator. If you go back to maybe a year and a half ago, Jonathan Odie, and a lot of people conveniently skipped over this. I'm talking about the facts. And some of you don't like the facts, or you become uncomfortable with the notion that we talk facts over here, right? Not opinion. Well, I'm going to insert my opinion. But when I do, I'll let you know this is what I believe. Here's my thoughts. But the fact of the matter is, Jonathan Odie, about a year and a half ago, we got a glimpse of a social media clip of Jonathan Odie stating, I was Cassie's and Diddy's sex slave for a number of years. Listen, this is wild. Clayton Howard, a male escort, is coming for Cassie and Diddy in his new lawsuit. And he's suing them. Well, he's actually claiming that he contracted an STD from Cassie. Now, either that's true or that's false, because they're going to dig up his medical records, right? And his name was mentioned in the courtroom. So I know that for a fact because I have the notes. He's saying, listen, she gave me something. Now, I know that was mentioned in the courtroom because they showed a text message between Cassie and Sean Puffy Combs where he's like, oh my gosh, you got to be more careful. And she says, I'm going to go take a test. Now, while we were in a courtroom, she said tests. It was plural. I immediately thought STDs. Some of us kind of went back and forth, and I said, it's a STD. Because if you look at the next text messages, you can clearly see that some of them were omitted. And my notion is, well, you cannot talk about people's medical diagnosis or medical conditions because it's a clear violation of HIPAA, right? So he's saying he contracted an STD from Cassie and that Cassie allegedly boarded their unborn child without his permission. He was one of the several male escorts that was hired by Cassie and Diddy. And he's claiming that during the freak offs, he went by the name, quote unquote, Dave. Dave. That was his alias. And during one session, he contracted. Now, they're not saying what STD. They're not saying it. I know you don't. Now, here's my thing with you, Clayton. You go on record. You're going to have to go on record about it, whether you want to or not, because you're going to have to prove it. And one thing we know about the feds, they're going to get all up in your business, whether you want them to or not. Cassie, you may have received immunity in Diddy's criminal trial, but that doesn't mean that people cannot, or these men, or whomever else may have been in those rooms, may not bring charges up against you. And that's why I keep telling y'all,
What's going on, Derek?
Say less, do less. And not because not because you're weak or anything like that. Say less. Less is more. And when Cassie kept pounding and pounding and pounding, it's the easiest way from a psychological perspective to make an enemy, to put a target on your back. You should have sat it out. You should have leaned on your feminine woes. You should have left, had your baby in peace, and left those losers in the background. But you didn't. You came back. And because you came back, people feel like, you know what? Let me go after her. And I think this just may be the beginning of mayhem for Cassie. Because here's my thing. Do y'all still feel like a victim is a victim is a victim is a victim? Or is there a bias where you feel like a man can't be a victim and only a woman can be a victim? And we talk very openly and honestly over here on this channel. I asked you last night, is it that women are perceived to be the victims because
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the verdict had to trigger those guys, because common sense, those guys would have said, hey, I'm the victim. I'm the victim. At least in their mind. Hold on. What is going on? Okay. Hold on, y'all. I don't know why this thing is doing this, but yeah, that's what they're saying, or people around them would be saying. Nah, y'all are the actual victims, not Cassie. You did. So, like I said, the only people that they were dealing with and texting for the most part and being told what to do, other than some of the gestures and whatnot, you know, it was from Cassie. So and from their lens, it's like, okay, I'm following this girl and she done got me into all of this shit. And if they were still working, not anymore. Not anymore.
we possess a vagina, nothing more, nothing less. That's it. That's all. I'm not saying.
Let's keep it 100. Nobody cares about male victims anyway.
What I'm just asking you. Or are we going to keep the same energy when a man comes to the forefront and say, I was victimized? And not only was I victimized by Diddy, but I was.
And the funny part is that um all of these people, especially women, this is the irony in it. They claim to be sex workers, but in actuality, being a damn gigolo is literally being a real sex worker. You know, being a damn gigolo is literally being a sex worker, and they don't get paid as much. They probably got to work harder, and I don't know. You know, I've always looked at guys like that as weird. Shout outs to Nicer. See you on movie night, okay? Happy 4th of July. Shout outs to Nicer in the building. See you soon. But yeah, you know, I mean, you guys gotta look at you guys gotta. Well, I'm not gonna tell y'all to look at it from any perspective. Most men can't even concept. Most men, honestly, can't even conceptualize being a damn gigolo, much less a male P star. And I'm gonna tell you some real shit too. Them niggas be committing suicide. Some of them dudes, I'm not gonna lie, you know, some of them dudes are a suspect to me. A lot of them dudes are suspect to me. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, they be trying to lump them in a conversation with players and all kinds of, you know, max and pimps and shit. They be trying to lump them into the conversation. It's like, nah, bro, nah, I don't see it. Some of them are, you know, players, but nah, dog, nah, you know, nah, bro, you know.
Victimized by Cassie. She's also complicit. She was also a predator. She was also an abuser. And here's what she made me do. And here's what she did to me. What are your thoughts? I want to talk about it. And not only that, let's go a little bit deeper. Because an alternate juror did an interview where he said, I saw the freak offs. I saw the freak offs from both the angle of the defense and the angle of the prosecution slash government. And no matter how you spin it, there was nothing in that room that was forced. It was actually pretty chill, pretty relaxed. And y'all, listen to this. Watch this. In the lawsuit that Clayton Howard has just filed against Cassie and also Diddy, but it seems like a bulk of his lawsuit is focused primarily on Cassie. He's claiming that Cassie aborted his unborn child without his knowledge and says that
I'm not even gonna lie, Cassie's probably the safer bet. Cassie's probably the safer bet. Diddy got high powered lawyers. Cassie's probably the
after the
safer bet in
abortion,
this
she continued to
situation.
have unprotected sex with him. Now, here's my thing, sir. You consented.
What's going on, Ray?
That's what I
Happy 4th of
told y'all.
July,
It's
brother.
very tricky. So for some of you that are gonna come in here and say, sit down. That's what people are telling Cassie. Sit down. You consented.
Yeah, you
It's
gotta go sit
so
down.
complicated, but it doesn't have to be. In his book, Cassie, Victim or Co-Conspirator, he detailed Cassie revealing she was pregnant while he'd been in prison for violating parole. Lord
That's crazy. A nigga, a gigolo looking like that in prison.
have mercy.
Man, where did they
Lord
find these
have
people?
mercy. She told me that she, quote unquote, she told me that she had been pregnant and was sure it was my child. He claimed she began to cry and said she didn't want to go through with it. After seeing her emotional, he claims that he had no choice but to forgive her. But to forgive her. Um, it's a lot. It's a lot. Because if we're going by the law, Diddy has been vindicated of the allegations and charges of sex trafficking. Cassie, this moves you to the forefront. And I want to talk about something before I.
And that's crazy how like the gigolos damn near have to hold her accountable for being for being an accomplice. But the feds let her go.
Play
Hey,
the interview
okay.
from the juror. Nobody knows what really happened in those rooms except the parties that were in the rooms. Let me say that again. No one knows what happened in those rooms except the parties that were in those rooms. That's the first thing. The second thing is no one knows the intent of the parties in the room except each separate individual. Only Cassie knows if she was a victim. Only Clayton knows if he was truly a victim. Only Diddy
This nigga named
knows
Clayton.
if he crossed the line and victimized Cassie and or Jane Doe. Only Jane Doe knows if she's playing the system and trying to come up. Only Cassie knows if she's playing the system and trying to come up, and her real intent for choosing civil over criminal. And only Clayton knows the real reason he's filing a criminal lawsuit opposed to, I don't know, seeking criminal justice. But based on a newly released interview with the alternate juror, I don't think the jurors' true thoughts are going to be in the favor of Cassie and this civil suit that this escort has just dropped. Okay. That's the first thing. Second thing, as a reminder to all of you that are tuned in, subscribers, content creators, journalists, bloggers, media outlets, let's not pick on the jurors. Let's not villainize them. Let's not throw them shade. These people are innocent, living their good old lives before they were summoned and answered the call of duty to come in and do the right thing. My call of action to major news outlets, if you're going to call
The
them to the
call of
carpet,
Diddy.
then treat them right and show them the utmost respect. Don't give them shade. Don't give them sarcasm because they say or do not say what you think they should say. They are jurors. They didn't ask to be a part of this. They were selected, they were chosen, and they did their due diligence as citizens of the United States of America. That's it. That
Um uh, eh. I mean, what about the guns? Didn't they find like some defaced AR-15s and stuff in his house? I mean, obviously, you could say that's the securities. No drugs popped up, even though they said they found some drugs on him in the hotel room that miraculously disappeared when they went to go pick him up. Uh, the only thing you heard was just the sex. If I was a juror, I'd be mad as fuck. Like, bro, we came down here because the feds are instigating in this man and his lady's relationship. And that's crazy. He was in a full-fledged relationship with her. How are you dating somebody for 10 years plus? And in court, they reduce you to a John. How do you date somebody for 10 years plus? And in court, they reduce you to a John. Your Honor, I am not a John. I am a cuck. And that there's my lady. No. You 10 years of John, and she's an S worker. You can't make this shit up. You had a whole marriage, 10 years plus, even if it's not on paper. It's a marriage. They said this man was a John. What's going on, EB? Shout outs to EB in the place to be. Welcome to the show. Happy 4th of July. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, what about the tapes? That's what I'm saying. Is people that's on them tapes, you know? They cut him a deal. They cut him a deal because that shit would have busted wide open. See, the feds ain't even ready to go to court like that. With how much people they can, you know. And best believe too, the feds will at that level, the feds will blackmail you just as much as they'll tell you Diddy would. So that's even worse, you know. Like I said, the people that break the biggest laws are the ones that so-called enforce them. And I'm telling you some real shit. Like I said, a good lawyer knows the law, but a great lawyer knows the judge. One day y'all gonna hear me, man. Drop something on this game, y'all. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. An hour and 9 minutes into the madness. Let's get to this player talk.
They were very graphic, and but I think overall, you know, we were looking at it from like one side, and it was definitely riveting and eye-opening.
What did you see on the videos? You know, the press wasn't able to see it in real time.
Yeah. No, I mean, they were showing some of the. Well, I mean, it was both the freak offs and hotel nights, as they were called, from both of them. But it was.
Were they showing those videos?
They showed. Well, again, you know, the defense and the prosecution showed different clips, so they were very selective. Like the prosecution was showing more, you know, just Cassie.
People are in a
sitting
rush
around,
to see a damn sex tape.
The defense showed that.
Defense showed that, yeah.
Just her sitting around not engaging in sexual activity.
Yes.
The prosecution, when you had to have your headphones on, otherwise, what were you seeing then?
There was sexual activity, but I mean, it wasn't really.
Was it force?
No, it didn't seem forced. It was actually like pretty tame.
Really?
Yeah. It was just a lot of rubbing oil and stuff on there. It wasn't anything too you know, graphic.
Let me ask you, this jury that deliberated did not find sex trafficking when it came to Cassie Ventura. They also didn't find it when it came to Jane. And I want to ask you about Jane in a moment. But did it surprise you when it came to Cassie Ventura that they did not convict on sex trafficking?
No, I think it was a difficult thing to prove. And I think there was always some doubt, you know, whether, because, you know, I think what the judge says, it has to be forced. And I think the defense did show some messages where it didn't seem that it was forced.
Oh, her text messages.
Text
she
messages.
talked about it.
Yeah.
That was really important to you to consider.
I think that was one aspect. Yes.
Did that make you feel that it was consensual?
It did seem like it. Yeah.
Talk to me about Jane.
Even in the videos and everything seemed very consensual.
Really?
Yeah.
How about with Jane? Obviously, she testified for several days, very emotional at times.
It was, yeah.
What did you think of her credibility? Did you believe her?
I think it was very again, riveting, you know, long testimony, and I mean, I did believe her, at least on some parts. Some parts were a little bit didn't add up as much. It seemed a little strange.
What part seemed strange to you?
One part for me that seemed a little strange was the night, I think, when Jane was in, you know, when they had the fight.
Yeah.
It just, the timing seemed a little like you're going from like one closet to another closet to the, you know, it just something didn't add up there.
How about the impact when you heard that her rent was being paid or her lawyer is being paid by the defendant? Did that surprise you?
That was surprising, yeah, and it was still being paid.
What did you think when you heard that?
Wow, you know, wow, it was.
You see how they try to codify the word? Diddy is still paying her rent and her lawyers. See, they need Diddy to get out so they can just get back to. How much you want to bet those same women are going to try to get around him or contact him?
It was surprising.
I want to ask you as well about, I mean, obviously I'm talking about Diddy as if I know him. Like, we know his name because he's, this very famous person. Did the fact that he was so famous, did that impact you in any way? Did you know him?
No, I did not know him.
Do you know his music at all?
No, I don't. I didn't really listen to his music.
So seeing him was just a stranger.
Pretty much. I mean, I know of him, and I know, but I didn't.
Why are these people acting like they don't know who the hell Diddy is? I'm not saying everybody should know him, but you are aware of him.
I don't really follow his music or the rap in general, so
You've been
that
around
might have been why.
more than
And I think a
30
lot
years.
of the jurors, I think if you look at their backgrounds, I don't think they were, they didn't know, they didn't follow this or that. I mean, that's probably why they were chosen. I was never expected to be chosen, to be honest.
Yeah, well,
I wasn't even looking.
And then have y'all noticed, y'all, and I told y'all this is going to happen too. Here we go with this BS. I don't know what's going on. All right, here we go. I was saying, have y'all noticed, and I said this was going to happen too, immediately after the Diddy case, they're trying to go after Jay-Z. They're going to say Jay-Z was trafficking children. Like, come on, bro. Y'all got to stop with this shit. These are the same people that will tell you, oh my God, Diddy got underground sex tunnels and there's kids running around and playing down there and all kinds of stuff going on under his. It's like, bruh, I'm going to tell you the main people that are sick, are the accusers that are in the media right now. Those are the main people that are fucking sick. Yeah, this is the OnlyFans generation. Like, and I'm not even gonna lie. Even before the OnlyFans generation, these people were freaked out
For this at all.
Who would be,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
But let me ask you, the other jurors, when you would all in this, but when
Yeah.
you talked to them, were they familiar with who he was? Did his celebrity status seem to impact them at all?
No, I don't think so. No, I think everyone was really waiting for the interpretation of the law. And
Is that because
like anything, and I'm not gonna lie, it was before, but I'm gonna give y'all the benefit of the doubt. Anything after 2015 is freaked the fuck out.
were confused about the case, or because you just wanted to know your marching orders?
I think we wanted to know our marching orders and how we need to look at everything. I think we were really, I think, at least for me, we want to be, and we are asked to be as impartial as possible. So we needed to know, you hear both sides of, one side, the other side. And it's very important to know what we're actually supposed to be, ruling at and how we're supposed to be looking at it from the judge. There
was a juror who was excused close to the end of the trial. What did you know about that and why?
We were told, what happened. I mean, I think someone had mentioned that it was, I think he lied about where he was from or something like that. But really, we were kind of kept in isolation from the whole day. Not really told much. Told to not follow any news or turn off everything. Don't talk to anyone. Don't talk among yourselves about the case, which we followed. We really followed the judge's instructions. At least I did too.
So when that person, when that person was no longer in the chair after seeing them there for 7 weeks on end, or how many weeks it was in at that point, did you think it was odd? Did you have concerns?
No. I mean, that's why they have, they call 18 people, because then they knew it was a long case, and there's probably going to be someone's going to get sick or someone's going to drop out. So that's why. So,
would you have wanted to hear Diddy testify? Would it have made a difference to you?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
It wouldn't have made a difference because it would have added to your understanding, or because you'd heard enough?
What is Diddy supposed to say? What is Diddy supposed to say at that point? What are you supposed to go up on the stand and be like, well, hello, everybody. This is an awkward way of meeting you guys. This is pretty awkward.
I think we heard enough.
All right, well, shout outs to this sister. We're gonna keep an eye on that and see how that goes. We're gonna keep an eye on it and see how this story plays out. All right, now everybody is reacting. My damn YouTube Shorts is blowing up right now. We are over 7K. on his YouTube shorts within the first 2 hours and 31 minutes. I got another short coming out. We are at 7.4K. Shout outs to everybody here. 4 Extra them blew his damn hand off. And let me see. Let me do this. Let's see what everybody's talking about real quick. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. A couple people reacted to it. The Seti Nash, you know, the crib, he reacted to it. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. Let's see what's up with
Did y'all
4
see that
Extra's hand.
picture? That ain't no saving no fingers.
Yeah,
Ain't no saving no fingers.
somebody
Be
said
4
it looked
extra
like he
fingers.
throwing up a permanency.
Nigga, that shit is.
Damn.
Nah, they're gonna have to take him all the way down to the wrist.
Yeah, he about to have a nub.
They gotta take him to the wrist. Cause they told me his homies that was there said it blew off his 2 middle fingers, the 3 middle fingers.
Yeah, that
Wait, no,
shit crazy,
2
That
middle
shit crazy.
fingers and a thumb, something like that. Said I think like the thumb and another finger. There's only 2 fingers left.
Yeah.
You might have one left.
Nah, but they gonna have to take it all. The palm is gone.
Dang.
The palm is gone. So
Oh my
they're
God.
gonna take that all the way down to the wrist.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he'll
go
be
he
back
go
with
get
a
those
nub.
prosthetics. They
What'd you say?
I said somebody in the comments said
How
he
much is
need
it?
4 extra fingers, bro. I said this shit is crazy.
Wow.
I said this
Really?
shit is
Too
these
soon,
niggas is
bro.
I just said
diabolical.
that.
Too soon. The trolls was trolling.
So there you go.
them prosthetics these days is bionic.
Now the only get back he got, if they able to make him some type of crazy ass hand or some shit.
Some cyber
Yeah,
hand or something.
them prosthetics
So
they like futuristic now. They can do
Hey,
everything with
they
them
got them
hoes.
AI hands. They got the AI
Yeah,
parts now.
yeah, they attach to your nerve endings and everything. You can
Yeah, all
control
you
them
gotta
all
do
and
is
shit.
think about it and it'll move.
Turn them into Thanos.
no shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the new
Oh
it's
yeah,
attached to
now
technology.
your
They got
all
the
you gotta do is
AI.
think
They
about
got
it.
the
it's
I
AI
attached.
ain't fucking
hands,
with
the
you,
AI
Rue.
arms, the AI
Did Rue
legs.
just say all you gotta do is think about it? I ain't.
Nah, it's
Yeah,
attached to
it's
your
because
nerve
it's
endings.
connected to the nerves.
Yeah, so it's like the same way you move your hands is the same
Muscles.
way it's moving.
Muscle.
I wonder what them joints cost.
Man, you got
Oh
they a
yeah, I saw
bad
that. I
on
heard
them
about
though.
that, EV. I didn't see it, but I heard
A
about it.
pretty penny, I bet. Yeah, that shit is damn.
Yeah,
It looked like he was in shock because
Yeah, that's
that
tough.
shit looked like it was painful. Like he wasn't even, you know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he definitely was in a state of
That
shock.
shit might have been numb. That motherfucking gunpowder.
Oh my God! It like we get a cut on the finger. We hit our hand on something. That shit hurt like a
I
mug because
think
all
they
them
got the
nerve endings.
video. Let me try to
And he got
find it.
his
Huh?
shit blown
Oh,
off.
there is a video.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's a video of
God
when he
damn.
was lighting and shit. You know, niggas is putting them cameras on. I swear. I woke up this morning, I saw him clowning. I said what I said. R&B said, what we doing today? I said, we got about 10 options. He said, you figure out what we doing? I said, my gut ain't told me what to do. Where we end up. This shit come through. And I hate to say it, I don't think the day is over.
Hell no, it's nighttime now and shit going down
Guess
right
you're right.
now.
I'm anticipating Chicago and California gonna be some more shit.
Yeah, the
I don't
fireworks
want
ain't even
wrong.
started yet, really.
Don't
No,
forget
I'm
about New
supposed
York.
see
They always got it
Chicago
popping.
because they just had some gunplay over there. And them niggas like to get down during the holidays. Like, I can see it been a couple days. Niggas done did their research. Niggas gonna be over there. We slide. I see that.
Yeah, I see it
In
too.
California, I think 4 extras was some random shit. Is already niggas probably on what they own with pool parties and what niggas own. I hope I'm wrong, but my prediction is Chicago and Cali is gonna be in the blogs come the morning. I hope I'm wrong. And then I'ma
And
tell
it's
you,
somebody hood day out here today.
and niggas from Black Peace don't put the shit up first. So now I know they investigating which one of their homies got a relative or somebody over there, because it gotta come from y'all. Y'all was there. I guess they was clowning. So now they gonna feel some type of way about retaliating, even though they ain't did shit, they clowning, right? So it's gonna be some bullshit. It's gonna get hot today. Anywhere niggas is doing a pool party or
Stay your ass
they
in the
think
house,
niggas
bro.
is at,
Stay your
niggas
ass in
is
the house.
finna get weird. Whoever was on the receiving side of that shoot that just happened the other day
Mellow Bucks.
at that girl thing where a man got killed, them
Nope.
niggas is doubling back.
All right, hold on, y'all.
What's going on, guys? Jada Black here. Shout out to everybody that's tuning in. I want to talk about Devin Haney once again. I've spoken about Devin Haney a few times. One of my most recent videos, I talked about him basically exposing her for lying.
Shout out to Jada Black. But hold up. This is something else. I heard Devin Haney about to get put through it also.
Did y'all see that picture?
Hold on, let's go back. See what Seti Nash had to say. I have to make sure I have this up.
On Vernon Avenue, if you know, then you know. On Vernon Ave, if you...
See, I don't know why, and I said it in my video that's going nuts right now. I don't know why y'all niggas be trying to put it in reverse, Terry. Lighters be fucking up. Fuse don't be working right. These niggas will have a whole damn grenade in their hand with the pin pulled, trying to use a damn lighter. And you know niggas be using crack lighters and all kinds of stupid shit. Blow torches and all kinds of dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Look, my post is going viral right now. Look, niggas are just commenting, dog. This shit is going crazy. Look, you go over to my channel. Fuck. Hold on, y'all. Shit sent me to Google. Hold on, y'all. This shit about to be at 8K real quick. Y'all seen the other numbers right here. It says 5.2. I'm looking at my studio. This shit say 8K. Hold on.
I'm blowing somebody up today.
I did the final. Somebody gonna catch up to me one of these days, bro. I did the Final Fantasy. Y'all ever play Final Fantasy 7 and it's like a boss fight? Final Fantasy. Oh my god. Hold on, y'all.
I'm blowing somebody up today.
Well, there you have it. 4 Extra done blew his hand off. I told you guys to be careful this 4th of July, man. You know, y'all gotta get those stove lighters. You know, stop trying to put it in reverse, Terry. You know, them stove lighters come in handy. Alright, all jokes aside, man. Damn, I feel bad for cuz. You know, feel bad for bro. No more fades, no more throwing up gang signs, no more nothing, man. I don't know what he gonna do now, man. He gotta really tighten up his mouthpiece and just do podcasting, you know? You gotta wait till AI really take over and you know, niggas put out a damn power glove or something, man. I don't know why he did this to himself, man. And I don't know, it's like, y'all, why you wait till you get famous for all of this stuff to happen, man? You know? It's like God will put everything you want right in your hands and take it from you, man. Damn.
Dead homies, nigga. It's the 4th, I'm about to blow a nigga up. Who wanna get blown up today, nigga? Fuck wrong with a nigga off the back, I'm blowing a nigga up. Stop playing CDs, nigga. I'm throwing them in your house. I'm throwing them at you, nigga. Vernon Avenue, nigga, off the back. I'm blowing your ass up. I'm blowing somebody up today. I'm blowing somebody up today.
Well, there you have it. I gotta stop with it. I gotta stop. I really feel bad for him, man. I really do feel bad for him, man. Chris G. Bro, this going Rob Van Ham, bro. It's like, look. I gotta catch up on these comments, man. People they're commenting right now. Look, dude said a power glove. Look. The 4 Extra done turned himself into Barrett. You know how like Barrett on Final Fantasy, he has the gun hand or power glove. You know. Look, 5 minutes ago. God damn, 2 minutes ago. God damn. You gotta get, I'm telling y'all, there, somebody said his name is 5 Less from now on. God damn. These people are ridiculously fucked up. You gotta get one of them stove lighters, man. You gotta get one of them stove lighters, man. So at least you give yourself a chance, man. Give yourself a damn chance. Most lit page on YouTube, man. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. We about to be at 5K soon. Shit. Underrated, overly hated. Let's go.
On Vernon Avenue, if you know, then you know. On Vernon Ave, if you know, then you know. On Vernon Ave, if you know, then you know.
What's good on Quay Dash? Shout outs to Quay Dash. If you never played Final Fantasy, y'all probably won't even catch that joke. I was gonna title it, 4 Extras boss battle with fireworks, but I was like, they won't get it. Put the instrumental on and just call it a day.
You know, then you know. I'm about to blow somebody.
Gotta edit it.
Else up tonight. I'm about to blow somebody else up. I'm gonna throw this to blow somebody else up. I don't know who else I'm gonna blow up, but I'm blowing somebody else up. I'm Vernon.
Yeah, he gonna blow a nigga up. You gotta be careful, bro. Power. There's a lot of power in the tongue. That's why they call it spelling. You gotta be careful, man. There's a lot of power in the tongue. He did not know he was the nigga that was gonna get blowed up. So my prayers go out to 4 Extra, man. Damn.
Vernon Avenue, I'm blowing something up. Yeah, Vernon Avenue. You see the Vernon Ave. Mean I'm blowing something up today. Told a nigga, stop playing on Vernon Ave, Vernon Avenue. I'm about to blow a nigga up. Wrong with a nigga. Dead homies. It's the 4th, I'm about to blow a nigga up. Blown up today. Fuck wrong with a nigga. The back, I'm blowing a nigga up. Stop playing CDs. I'm throwing them in your house. I'm throwing them at you, nigga. Vernon Ave. The back. I'm blowing your ass up. I'm blowing somebody up today off the bat.
Very prophetic words, because that's exactly what he did. He said he was going to blow somebody up. I don't think he meant himself. I can't show y'all the actual footage. I'll put it on Twitter. Go look at Real Seti Nash, but it's over, bro. It's all over.
That was it. Hold on, y'all. Oh yeah. Y'all got to see his hand, like.
Remember what I say. And I mean this with the utmost respect when I say this. These individuals who done did long stints in prison, who are new to fame, their mind has not caught up with them. Everything is new. Everything is exciting. Remember when I made the Lil Woody video, right? Some of y'all got upset because I said, bro, sometimes y'all don't get it. Like, y'all don't understand. These dudes, and it's not a diss, they're still able to recapture their youth. So a lot of these things are new to them. With 4 Extra, bruh, this ends everything. Everything that happened before, previous and all this stuff and everything like that, this ends it all. He ain't got no medical insurance.
Yeah.
He lost it all.
What's going on,
From
Degenerate?
here all the way here. He's going to have a nub from now on.
Shouts to Degenerate in the
He's
building.
going to have a nub from now on. His whole hand is gone. It's gone. The entire thing is gone. It's no longer. And we can't blame anybody but itself. When you catch her lighting these fireworks, there is a freaking reason why they give y'all the little instant looking things to go ahead and do this.
First of all, fifth of all, they say leave it up to the professionals. Oh my God, Degenerate. I know some of y'all would catch on to it. Oh, it was so necessary. I'm going to start using it more. Look, y'all better pay attention to the YouTube shorts I'm going to be putting out, man. Because I'm really about to use that Final Boss music on the hose. The Final Boss music is really for like me responding to some of the hoes. You know, when they say something stupid, I got some TikTok videos coming that I'm responding to. So y'all get used to that Final Fantasy music. I got it on my editing reel. So when I sit down and edit, make Final Boss music great again, y'all.
But that was what was that, an M1000, M80? We watched this happen. Like, bro, I used to be. I'm just an observer. Like, that's my favorite team. When I was a football fan, and I say the word fan because I don't dedicate my.
That shit, it got his right hand. I know it probably blew off his ring or whatever he had in his hand. I feel bad for him, man.
My time to watch.
And no fade with Aaron the Plumber. That's gone. I wonder if Aaron said something already. That shit is over with.
Watching the NFL for 9 hours a day anymore. But when I was on my super fandom, my favorite team is still my favorite team. My favorite team is the New York Giants, bro. And I literally watched something like this happen with a favorite player of mine named Jason Pierre-Paul. JPP. Take a look at these photos.
Chris G, I was laughing at your comment too, man. Yeah, he gonna need a Thanos glove. You say you got them shiesty masks. You say you gonna put in some work. Hey man, sometimes you gotta move around militant, you know? I need a Nike one too.
This just happened to for extra, except his hand is gone. So now what are we gonna do? He has to put himself in a situation to where anybody that can fight.
Oh no, he all left. Everything cripping everything on the left with the Crips. So whatever fingers he got left, you know. If y'all can do me a huge favor and please hit the like button and support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Let's get at these 2 supporters. Open up the panel. We got movie night coming. Doing it up for the players in the building. So please support the show. If y'all checked out the movie, I produced a movie talking about the bombs out here. You know what I'm saying? It might be pretty interesting because, you know, people say we in war times, which we're not. But, you know, it might be interesting to do a little bit of history and check out, you know, some of the stuff that happened around the Vietnam War and places that were blowed up, right? So I ended up going to a not Captain Hook, bro. Oh my God, Quay Dash, bro. You gonna solidify my spot. You gonna, man, I'm going in gasoline draws, bro. I'm gonna act like I didn't read that comment, bro. Not Captain Hook though. But no, I took you guys to 2 museums. I got 2 museums, right? I wish I had put the other museum because I passed one museum before I went to the one that you guys saw. I didn't know there was another museum that was close to me. But I took you guys to a bomb museum on the second go round. But the first go round, I took you guys to another museum where they had UXO and XO, you know, exploded ordnance and unexploded ordnance. And I even picked up a actual bomb. You know, I picked up a couple bombs, you know. An actual live, not a live warhead, but a blowed up warhead that probably took a couple people's lives, honestly. You don't know, you don't know what's gonna happen when you pick up one of those bombs. You know, you can't tell if it took a life or not, or you probably can. I don't know. But anyway, the first place that I took you guys to in that movie is a place called what is that place called? Fuck. I totally forgot the name of the place. I say it in the movie. But basically, they have a bunch of prosthetic arms and prosthetic legs and hands and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I think it's called the Cope Building, if I'm not mistaken. It's called the Cope Building. And by far, like I said, it's one of the most interesting places that I've been to. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, it was sad. You know, and there was a guy, if you go look at the movie, it was pretty cool. There was the guy, he made a whole, statue out of the, out of the bombs. And basically they made like boats and they made like flower pots. And there's places out here where they turn the metal into like rings and jewelry and stuff like that. and it's basically kind of showing, you know, you can turn something negative into something positive. It's like a weird, twisted kind of beauty thing. I don't know how to really explain it, but you know, it's like I respect it, you know. But yeah, they had a lot of prosthetic arms, legs, and y'all better stop playing with them damn fireworks. You know, nigga had a handful of dynamite and didn't think this was gonna happen. Nigga, get them oven lighters. You need to treat that shit like you lighting up a grill with propane.
Now has to fight. He has to fight. So the King Pill boxing match, for sure. But he's right hand dominant. He's right here dominant.
He gonna be able to slip out them handcuffs. How they gonna handcuff him if he go back to jail?
Right-handed. And so now, who gonna fight him? You gotta create a new legend. I looked at his face, man. And even his face told the story that has to be told. I'm a support for Extra in the ways in which I can. I will. And I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure that, man, I'm helping him out. But one thing that absolutely sucks about this whole entire thing is that life is precious, time is not promised, and bodily health is literally a gift. When y'all hear the beginning freaking story, bro, he happy. He joking, of course. A lot of y'all think, man, he was ready to go hurt. Man, that man ain't ready to hurt nobody, bro. He got his ankle monitor off. He chilling. He in the hood. He ain't got to worry about nothing. He not going to jail no more. You can't violate him. He don't smoke. He don't drink. He on the path of, dare I say, righteousness. He can leave California, bro. There are so many people who would love to be in his position, bro. All you got to do is speak, and thousands upon thousands of people, tens of thousands of people will literally listen to you speak. And if you can perfect your message with all the vigor, all the energy, all the sagacity in which you have, would have been perfect. But now, you got to fight 607 Unk. Got to.
Hell no, that's the whole problem.
Then they're gonna be begging for fights now.
Nope. Niggas talking about something he gotta fight. No, the hell he don't. That's the fucking problem right there. I don't even know if y'all keeping score, but anybody that you know, shout outs to Cut to the Chase. I gotta check out his video. He just dropped a video. I don't know if anybody's keeping score, but anytime somebody goes at 607 Unk or something goes wrong, something happens to them. King Yeller tried to like fake fight 607 Unk. Unk moved his damn hand with his watch on it and chipped King Yeller's veneers or his tooth or whatever. And I ain't gonna lie, like I said, I know guys like 607 Unk. And yeah, they look a little crazy or whatever. But shit, he probably put that voodoo on that man. He made him quit. He made him quit what you call it? He made him quit No Jumper. Them niggas be having chakras and you know. Them niggas be having like little bags on them. If you ain't played around in the dark arts to the point that if somebody put one of them damn mojos on you and you know you can't protect yourself from a damn entity, if somebody was to put one of them on you, if you believe in that shit or not, boy. What's going on, N1 Play 5? Good to see you, brother. Happy 4th of July, everybody. Y'all please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. I'm telling you, man, nigga, you know, hey, God do be protecting certain, or it don't even gotta be God. That's the crazy part. If y'all ain't into them damn spirit, if y'all not aware of the spirit world, man, it don't gotta be God. All it really take is a jinn or entity or whatever. People be under protection. You don't gotta see every single piece of security. You know, you said I'm not buying that. I believe he legit meant that shit. He was planning to toss some joints in people's house. But you never know. I mean, you know, that comes with the territory. You said that nigga couldn't type no way. That's crazy. You said that's a hexen curse. You said I feel sorry for Extra. He's one of my favorite NJ Crips. I actually started to warm up to him. You know, he be woofing a lot, but I actually I kind of liked him. He just seemed young and he just seemed like a hothead. You know, something was gonna humble him. I didn't expect this to happen. You know, but I looked at him as, you know, one of the new guys that you know, Adam got a thing for Crips, I guess. I just looked at him as one of the new guys that, that's over there with Adam. Adam got about like 7 different Crips over there. He had a 5.5 Crip. He had a 40s. I think he got a rolling 20s, and then he got a 60s brick baby. I don't even see how Whack go up there. But then again, politics in LA is a little bit different these days. You know what I'm saying? Whack might not be the target people think he is. All right. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. I got you guys on the content. It's 4th of July. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Hold on. I got a fully loaded clip.
Win, lose, draw, anything. That man might, dare I say it, bro, he might even go through depression. We just lost Young Noble from offering himself today.
Young Noble? Who the hell is that?
Extra might go through depression in the worst type of way because you can't blame a system that screwed you over. You can't blame anybody but yourself. And don't get it wrong, I'm not trying to be hard on the homie, but I know this video is going to do a lot of views. And if I don't give you the game and which the way the game is to be taken, then I am failing you all. I'm saddened for this man. My own homies that I know, homies I could call, FaceTime, anything I need. I got homies right now that hang out with you. There's stuff that was in the work and stuff like that. I'll still do it, but it's still like, damn, man. But this right here, this gonna be the end of him, bro, unless he learns how to change a whole bunch of things. And I'm just not knowing if he'll have the patience nor the tolerance to do these things. But for right now,
okay, I heard about that.
It's over. It's all over. For right now, it's all over, bro. For right now. because I don't know where he goes from here.
I said it in my
Called out
video.
Aaron the Plumber for a fight.
I said it in my video. He's already on Adam 22. And there was some other people that was on Adam 22. One of them dudes, I think Academics was making fun of him because they Academics went to Kendrick Lamar's show. I don't know if it was in Canada, but he ended up going up to Kendrick Lamar's show and Dave Free pressed him, and the dude was making fun of making fun of Academics getting pressed by Dave Free. And then I didn't know until Academics. I knew something seemed a little off, but I didn't pay attention to it until Academics mentioned something was wrong with one of them dudes' hands, and then something was wrong with the other dude's legs or feet or something like that. I said, damn. So I went back and watched a podcast because they were affiliated with Adam 22 anyway. And, or I guess they had a fallout. I forgot. With the Podication or Cuz Nation or something like that. I forgot. But one of them dudes, two of them dudes, one of them got a messed up hand or arm. And then allegedly, what Axe said, one of them got a messed up leg or some shit, or foot or something like that. You know. Dude is already on a podcast. So he, you know what I'm saying? He gotta, you know. It went from I'm gonna beat your ass to I could have beat your ass, you know? In a matter of seconds. So like I said, dude got to strengthen up his mouthpiece. He got to be able to talk on the mic. He got to, you know, he got to run the podcast. He got to have exceptional skills, man. Skills to pay the bills, man. So he already on the air and talking and stuff like that. He better just become a podcaster. Get a, you know, stay up out the way, man. Again, go sit down.
Aaron said, nah. 607 Unk did what his play was. I don't know what happened behind that. He told 607.
Yeah, this nigga had a whole grenade in his hand. Like, nigga. But it looked like the hand that got blown off was the other hand. Not the ones with all them rings on it. I know them rings probably went flying all over the place. And you know, most fireworks are for play, but that nigga was in a no bullshit store. That nigga was in a damn, like he was in a damn gun store. You know, that nigga, you know, some of them fireworks are grenades. And before they tell y'all to light all of that shit, or if you're gonna light all that shit, they said leave this shit up to the professionals. Leave this shit up to the professionals, bro. First of all, I don't even know why y'all niggas ain't out there, dog. That in this case, a little $5 bullshit oven lighter would have saved his life. This nigga probably lit that shit in his hand and tried to throw it. And the thing is that like with the wick on them joints, the you know, the string on them joints, you never know when it's gonna catch. If that little lid under the you know, under the top of that firework was like slightly open, and that powder, oh my God. He probably, I know he was in a state of shock. He probably can't use his phone anymore. He got to use the other hand. Shout outs to War Master. can't play the game no more like that. Man, there's a lot of shit you do with your hand. You know, when you lose your hand and shit like that, you don't even realize how much shit you use your hand for. I know somebody mind in the gutter. Man's about to give himself a stranger. You know, so y'all, you gotta understand how blessed you are. You know what I'm saying? Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. You said, yeah, them shits was basically grenades. Party said, man, that nigga was holding quarter sticks. What the fuck was he thinking? Right, man. I ain't gonna lie, when some shit like that happened, bro, all you can wish it. I know he wish he could just rewind back like 4 or 5 minutes, man.
Unc told me himself, oh, bro, that was a play. And I ain't gonna lie.
I'm not even gonna lie too. Hold on. Let me throw this out there too. Cause he said technically old boy, you know, was drug free and they couldn't catch him with nothing or pin nothing on him and stuff like that. Let me tell you one of the worst things ever and that I've realized. Granted, I know a lot of people make mistakes when they drink and they smoke and shit like that. But I'm not going to lie. Real talk, there is a level of caution if you do drink and smoke that you have. Not everybody that drink and smoke just throw they caution to the wind. You know what I'm saying? Had he took a little bit of sip and drank or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Some people, you know, you got to be aware. It's like, okay, I'm not thinking right. Let me kind of slow down real quick. So sometimes that shit don't even be a factor, bro. You could be sober than a motherfucker and still blow your hand off. You know, and that's not me trying to defend alcohol or drinking and smoking and shit like that. But y'all know what I mean. That shit don't be the end all be all. You know, I'm not telling y'all to go handle fireworks under the influence. But let's keep it 100. Even if you were drinking and smoking, you probably wouldn't even go around the fireworks. Much less try to handle one. You like, nah, I'm good, bro. I'm Gucci.
I didn't want to say this, but I did get on him when I this world for me is smaller than what y'all think. He told me it was a play. The King Pill dude, I know nothing about him. That's why I ain't really speak on him like that. But there you go.
Oh, you know he gonna be trolling. If that's the same guy I think it is. There was this blood that went up there and was like, oh, I was locked up with 4 Extra and he don't be catching fades and blah blah blah. He tried to get like his name hot. And he tried to go fight 4 Extra. It kind of died down, but he gonna say something.
But now, bro, what do we do after this? And I wish him well, I do. And I'm gonna help as much as I can, but that face right there, no pun intended, is a face that I blew it. And he did.
Yeah.
And it's sad because he was joyous as a boy seeking these things. Like, look at his energy, bro. Peep his energy on this. He happy, excited, bro. This is what a lot of people do when they're in this position. But now, bro, now it's like, man, god damn. I don't know where we go from here. Y'all drop y'all suggestions in here, bro.
Well, this is the thing. He was trying to get hot. And I'm not going to say he was on his way to get hot. Like, he was trying to get hot. Adam was really trying to push him to, you know, box and do some other stuff. And then he got set back. I think that was God right there again. He got set back and went to jail. And then his other homie, who I like, I think you know, he scribbled up in the face, but you know, he ended up, you know what I'm saying? Oh man, you out Project Snow. But nah, his other homie 4X, because I heard of 4X first, or X4. Something happened with him where he's in jail right now, and something happened where they're like, he's not taking fades in jail, and then something happened, so they're trying to put him off the set. Basically, he got put off the set because, you know, it's weird. Like, this is why y'all should stay away from gangs. Outside of the you know, of the jail, you know, you go by a little bit of different rules in politics and stuff like that. Yeah, actually, like X4's music, he looked cool. You know, he looked like LA. But the thing is that, you know, he got put off the set. So all of that shit that's scribbled on his face, he probably gonna have to take that shit off. But you know, like I said, the gang is different when you're in prison. You know, the gang, you know, your gang that you're gonna have to click up with when you get to prison move a lot different than how you would probably move in your neighborhood or you know, in your town or where you from and stuff like that. You know, like you probably cool and you probably got rank and pull when it's like, you know, local rules. And notice that I said local. But when you go to the pen or you go into the jail and stuff like that, and you a famous rapper or whatever, and you got to go by universal gang rules in there and shit like that. I mean, and you got a little bit of you got a little name and shit. But the thing is that, you know, you probably don't have as much status to not be, you know, to be fade exempt. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you a rapper, yeah, you got a little bit of money and blah blah blah, but like, you know, people be listening to your music and hear what you say on them songs, and they like, hey, I want to see that shit in person real quick. And when you move a certain type of way, or you know, you do certain things in prison to go to different parts and stuff like that, they go, you know. So both of them, and you know, both of them got their work cut out. You know, so I think bro's still in prison though. But I don't think his gang claiming him anymore. And I think he might get out soon. So I don't know. LA politics are weird these days. See what else he got.
Happy 4th of July. Please be careful out there. If you have the little thing that can do that for y'all, bro, I don't trust fireworks.
Yeah, I don't
it's
trust
this
them
much left that burns this fast. I'm sorry. I'm 6'3", 320 pounds. I can't run as fast as this right here. Just don't work for me, man.
Nigga, that shit don't work for people that can run. Put it in reverse, Terry. All right. So y'all got to be careful, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you know, and not all them shits is fireworks. Some of them shits is gunshots. All right, what else we got? There's something else I saw. There was this black therapist. Shout outs to MTR. There was this black therapist. I think this is starting to get a little popular. where people are going on these podcasts and talking crazy to the feminists. Every so often there's like this thing where feminists actually need high key, not necessarily need help from the men that they're dissing, but they have to go through like a modern re-education before they get back into their BS. Like every so often, the next couple, like in like a and this only really lasts for like no more than 2 years, maybe a year and a half, 3 years, maybe. The feminists usually have like a feminist reset, and when they have like this weird feminist reset, women kind of back away from feminism and they kind of cling towards men and try to become wives, and sometimes they relabel themselves. So when you hear like extra, like another term, that's them trying to basically relabel themselves. So you got this thing where feminists kind of back up off of it. They don't back up off of sometimes practicing it, but they back up off like the name, like it gets a bad name. And I think one of those years is coming up before 2030, or a little spat is coming up soon before 2030. But you'll start to see women claim being womanists and stuff like that. You'll start to see guys openly call them out. But I saw this thing, and I saw MTR went over it also, so I think it's better to play the MTR version, as always. But let's get into this real quick. This male therapist checks this feminist, well, a couple feminists on this podcast, but check this out real quick.
We talk so much about misogyny. Most women can't tell you what.
But he's like more of a softer tone black man. They lock up like North Star engines when they think they're talking to somebody from the red pill. So
term is for a strong distaste and hatred for men.
Yep.
What's the term? Damn. Misandry. Most men's experiences that we keep labeling as incels, we keep labeling as misogyny, their experiences in co-worker situations, in the schools, dating, on dating apps, is that a lot of women are either misandrous or they're so reductionistic of men that if you don't have the money, you have no say and you need to shut up. And even if you do have the money, it's happy wife, happy life once I'm in your life.
Damn. This brother good.
The callous response that the woman investigator had when he tried to bring it to her attention, like, I think there's more that's going on with this case. And she said, I just want the attention to be on the victim, on the girl. And what I would suggest is there were 2 victims. It's just that one died.
Right.
One lost their life and one lost their freedom potentially for the rest of their lives.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I was looking at that. That did look a little wild. He don't got a tie on.
And what happens is,
y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Get through a couple of segments. This is Player Talk Radio. If you are enjoying the show, please don't be afraid to show your support. It's Player Talk.
That small little snippet is an example of the larger pool of what's going on. Yes, he did something wrong. Yes, he's the murderer. Yes, he needs to be incarcerated. I agree with all of that, obviously. But the environment that created someone like that, we're so oblivious to the realities and perspectives of what young boys and men are going through. You don't get it that for many men, they don't see feminism. Doesn't matter if they don't have the great working definition of it. Their experience of all these people who claim that identity.
By the time little boys and men come in contact with feminism, the damage is already done. Even fathers and families and stuff like that. Now let me tell y'all something too. And I talked about it when I went over this, and I talk about this vehemently. I'm damn near the only one really in the space really talking about it on the level that I do. But even white women when they get a little bit older and they get into the years where they're like, dang, I really want to have a family and stuff like that. Feminism has destroyed their households also. Some of these women, their mothers done turned on them. Some of these women, their mothers done said, hey, or tried to move on or whatever, or fucked over their dad or some shit like that. Some of these young girls, of any race, you do got women that love their fathers, and they see their mothers for who they are, and hey, you get what you get. What's going on, Andrew? Good to see you, man. Happy 4th of July. Y'all please hit the like button on the way in, support the show. Yeah, some of these girls, that are trying to figure it out, yeah, they get sucked into the BS also.
Don't actually care about equality. That's a woman advocacy movement, or at least was up until recent debates about who can or can't be a woman. But prior to this debate, it's always been, for many people, and particularly many men, it's more so a women advocacy program, which is totally fine. But you cannot say that you care about men and that you're advocating for equality. And I'm going to list these things off, and I wrote them down to make sure I don't forget it. You don't care about mandatory paternity tests. You don't care about paternity fraud.
Of course not. Of course they don't care about men. And of course they don't care about all of this stuff that he's about to name, because women benefit from it. They benefit from it. And so does the court. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all think women lying about y'all think feminist women lying about equality is something. Wait till you get a load of the court lies about justice. How about them apples? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Wait till you realize how much the court lies about justice.
You don't care about male suicide rates. You don't care about equalizing hard, laborious jobs outside. You don't want to equalize that. You don't care about what happens to people that are falsely accused, which is almost always exclusively men.
Yep.
You don't actually care about the decline.
And it's crazy too, because in a weird way, to a certain degree, and this is not really a conversation that really should be had, but if you know your history, again, it's a conversation that's had. There's a piece, especially in America, where black men and white women feel the same way towards the law in certain things, right? And it's like it's a weird patriarchy piece that they can connect with. In American history, there's a peculiar relationship between black men and white women, and there's a peculiar relationship between black women and white men. Black women have some of the same freedom that white men have when it comes to certain things. It is, and you see it if we're on the topic of feminism, you see it how the different races carry their feminism different. So pay attention to that also. Since we're on that topic. But some things happened. I'll just get into it a little bit later. Never mind.
Tiny school performance, the rise in ADHD diagnosis, and the medication, psychiatric medication that comes from it. You don't care about the lack of homeless shelters for men. You don't care about the weaponization of the family court, the equal custodial rights, reproductive say for men, reduction in child support and alimony, pathologizing of just men and masculinity in general, negative attitudes towards even men that want a nuclear family. You don't think or care about any of these things. And I'm not even saying it's just the feminists that don't care about it.
Nobody
I'm
does.
saying
Yeah.
most people who don't do what I do don't care about this at all. And you're creating, and we talked about this 80-20 rule. What's happening to the 80%?
Listen, everything he just named right there is exactly why this platform matters. Because it's not only for men, because most men don't know the numbers, the stats, the data in regards to the things that he's saying, but also from women that genuinely care about these problems or about.
And I don't know why men are going out of their way to try to get women to genuinely care about this shit. SBE. Women won't care until it hits close to home, or it's their son, or it's their husband, or if they're in competition with another woman. They come on now.
About these men. I still get people that come across my channel and they'll leave some type of comment saying that I hate women. But if you dig beyond the layers, right, peel back the onion of what I'm actually trying to do here, you'll dig in and find out the real message of the content. The purpose is to expose the lack of empathy toward men and to reclaim the right to hold women accountable for their own actions and behaviors. Because
I don't know what men really want from women, bro. All you're gonna get at the end of the day is, oh, well, that's crazy. Oh, well, that's sad. What do you want women to do? Oh, well, I'm gonna stop. What do you want her to say? I'm gonna stop? Like, dudes really want women that's been getting certain things for free to stop and say, hey, I'm gonna pay 20 also. Like, what are women supposed to do? Be held accountable for how you treat men. What the fuck does that mean? What's going on, UFO? And 1Play5. Oh man. Let's go.
Because without the accountability or the critique into the behaviors, then there will be no burning platform created that men can benefit from to reduce some of these ridiculous ass numbers.
You don't care.
Not good.
And the beauty is if I just get the man I want, if I just get the partner I want, if I just I don't care about what's happening with men. Let's bring the attention back to women. That's what the detective did in that show.
Right.
And that is what society in Western cultures is unfortunately like. Most people only care about males or boys or men if they are their brother, their son, or their father, or their uncle, or their close friend.
See?
This society, in the quest to be fair to women, to improve their rights, allowed the worst representatives to take it to its furthest extreme.
Right.
When we talk so much about misogyny, most women can't tell you what the term is.
It's a
for a strong distaste and hatred for men.
Yep.
What's the term? What's
Misandry.
Misandry. Being a misandrist. Most men's experiences that we keep labeling as incels, we keep labeling as misogynists. Their experiences in coworker situations, in the schools, dating, on dating apps, is that a lot of women are either misandrous or they're so reductionistic of men that if you don't have the money, you have no say and you need to shut up. And even if you do have the money, It's happy wife, happy life once I'm in your life.
Damn. This brother good right here. But this is the problem with the feminist movement, and it still runs rampant today. They scream equality from the mountaintops, but at the end of the day, still expect men to protect and provide while tearing down those same very men with messages that men are worthless, that they don't need men, that men ain't shit, that they are the leaders, and, you know, that they boss babes that don't need no man. One of the issues that I want to add on to his list of issues is that men are not seen as essentially beneficial parents. And we have the state so willingly to assist in collecting child support through threat of violence onto the men that doesn't pay. Many of these modern day women just see men as ATM machines, bank accounts, while also not wanting to do any of the wifely duties that traditionally our ancestors were required to build and sustain a strong family. I find it interesting that so many women require men to have this great deal of empathy. Meanwhile, modern women in general have no empathy for the modern man.
I done told my wife, we joke around about it all the time. When we're amongst other couples and friends, she sarcastically say all the time, the one thing I appreciate about Jeff more than anything is he's the same exact person in home as he is in public. Right. He doesn't change. Mm-hmm. So if I'm going to say no, I'm going to say no. If I'm going to disagree, I'm going to disagree. And men not going through the natural maturation process as teenagers, as early adults, because they literally don't have the opportunity to with women. We can't be shocked anymore that there's an environment that's festering of boys and young men who unfortunately have a strong distaste. And I would argue, not even for women in general, women in the Western cultures and countries. Yeah. This is why they're running to the other countries and cultures where men are at least still seen as valuable, relevant, important.
No, I think I will break a point.
Damn. How you respond to that?
I think that like anything in the West, to redress any imbalance in anything, we've had to go to some crazy level to the other side and come to a middle thing. And why are we so surprised? Why do we have to have shows like Adolescence that, quite frankly, are pretty late in the game in terms of culture? We're very late in the game. And like you said, I talk to quite a lot of my friends, who are all parents, and they had no idea I knew about it because I'm doing this podcast and I see these comments all the time, and I was very aware of it. I've read a lot about it. They had no idea about it. And I'm like, you have teenage children and young adult children. How do you not know? How are you that ill-informed? I agree with you. To me,
you know what's crazy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but you want to know what's crazy? When you're in a market and environment where both parents got to work long hours, and both parents are out of the home for extended periods of time, and both parents have to figure out so much, and you don't even have one parent that's like really super involved, versus they both are kind of got 40-hour work schedules, and one may have to do additional overtime, and the cost of living is exploding. It's harder than ever before.
Oh yeah.
For parents, men and women, fathers and mothers, it's a lot harder now. We are living in an area in New Jersey where our property taxes per month is the cost of most people rent across the world.
Get out of Jersey, baby.
Where our daycare is more than the cost for daycare for 1 to 2 kids is the equivalent of what 50 to 60% of people in the world make.
Just before he goes on, I want to address that Passport Bros comment in that many of these women don't understand that it's really not men having a distaste for some of their behavior, but it's the distaste that is popularized in the West, ergo the Passport Bros. And when you live in a society, a capitalistic society, that requires so much from both men and...
Let me stop you right there. Stop with this Passport Bros bullshit. Them niggas are not out here, bro. They're not. Bro, the Passport Bros are not doing what y'all think they are. They're not. They're to me, there's no such thing as Passport Bros. Like, it's such a small group of niggas. it's not even worth mentioning. It's embarrassing to mention it. The passport bros ain't doing nothing, man. They're on the first flight back home. All right.
And women, you find yourself on this hamster wheel of life. There's some real consideration to work hard in the States, in the West, for a period of time, and then go elsewhere where the purchase parity is so favorable. Because that man who wants to
That shit is like hiding behind a non-existent movement.
have a family but get on because of the job that he has or like what he's built up for himself can go abroad.
Right, they're acting like it's just this big demographic of men that are passport bros. Like, man, these are dudes just walking around looking weird, bro. They're not. They gotta stop, man.
And live like a king. And it is more so likely to build a household where one person is working while the other or the woman or the wife
They're like it's like a glorified it's like a glorified tourist. Nobody's worried about no damn passport, bro. They don't exist. It's the brothers that's actually living in the other country. Like nobody's worried about a glorified tourist, bro. For the most part, respectfully, them niggas not even getting married.
At home and tend to the children. It is damn near impossible to do that in high cost of living cities like Jersey, but some of these places abroad, very plausible. Quick emergency meeting. I was recently searching for my name online and found way too.
Trust me, I would know.
The son's home. He turns the light off when I tell him to turn the light off. And he doesn't get in trouble. He goes to school every day. He gets good grades. Parents are just surviving. Mothers, fathers, people are just trying to figure this. You know what I'm saying? Like this is, I'm not saying it's a complete, like there's no, they get no fault. They get no blame. I'm just saying that the context for what we're in is what's also creating this type of dynamic and environment. So it's, and then lastly, I meant to say, the dynamic, why is this exploding and why is this so big in the UK? And why are these government officials getting all involved in this? I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you are a young woman or woman period, and you're thinking about, well, oh my gosh, this incel thing and all these men wanna harm me and hurt me and do this or do that. A huge percentage of the boys and men that feel that way, there's a reason why they're leading the statistics of being 4 times more likely to take their own life.
Right.
They're actually far more of a danger to themselves
Than to anybody else.
even in a relationship. You take a woman who's in a relationship with a man and a relationship with a woman, her domestic violence rates is significantly higher with another woman
UFO?
than with a man.
Really?
DV rates are up. Divorce rates are up. When same-sex relationships between 2 women than her with a man.
I know. The highest
Yes.
divorce rate is lesbian couples.
Yeah, and so is the DV rate.
What's the deep?
They should be having the most orgasms. That's unbelievable.
Domestic violence.
What
DV
is
rate.
woman talking about?
Yeah. So again,
They should be having the most orgasms. Bitch, what did I have to do with anything? God. Then they wonder why people won't let them leave.
again, the show is so popular, it's so big, probably 250,000 plus people are probably going to watch it. And now they're again adding to this narrative
Yeah.
that
it's
the
another-
most unsafe you can be is dealing with and doing life with men or
yeah.
males. And what I'm arguing is a huge percentage of them end up taking their own life. A very, very small percentage of them, if they get successful enough, end up finding a suitable partner, or they're going abroad to find a woman who can meet their needs. So it's not to say that there's violence between men and women that doesn't exist. Of course it's a thing. All I'm suggesting is that the show, there may be ulterior motives for why the show is being pushed. And whenever politicians or celebrities or anybody who's not a normal person jumps in on a wave, always be wary of what's the thing that they're pushing and what's the policy that's going to come down as a result of this.
But see, they don't have to worry about that unless they want to. You know, with all due respect, this brother should be talking to black women about this shit. Oh, I forgot. Black women ain't gonna listen to him. They're gonna stop him mid-sentence. So who you supposed to be? You supposed to be Kevin Shamia? Is you supposed to be Kevin Shamia? Black women ain't about to listen to this shit. These white women are barely listening to this shit. Talking to the people that's usually gonna be behind the agenda when it's getting pushed. Need to be talking to the sisters about this. They're the ones that's wasting time. You know, they're the ones that's wasting time. Because there's no such thing as a black feminist. And then the sad part about it, and I hate to say it, is that a lot of times they're more in the way than actually helpful. They're just in the way. You know, they're not even. It's like get out the way. You're just in the way. You're just wasting time. But let's go.
Is this going to be a social media crackdown? Is this going to be a monitoring thing where people have to register their social ID numbers or something in order for them to have access to a website or have access to the internet? I'm going to argue this. Prime time.
But the reason why it's accepted is because people ain't got shit to do anyway. Being in the way ain't a bad thing. People ain't got shit to do anyway. Why do people do drugs for the most part? Because they're bored. Then it turns into something else. People ain't got shit to do. And want to be sedated. Look how many people are doom scrolling on YouTube right now.
It's perfect to push something like this in a political environment when Gen Z and some millennials, between men and women, are splitting further than they've ever been. And then you have a huge pool of women who are looking for explanations to justify why all these men are splintering off and voting differently than us, thinking differently than us, going their own way, not wanting to marry women. There's got to be some explanation for it. And it can't possibly be because of our decision making, our hierarchy of what we're attracted to or not attracted to. It can't be us. It's got to be because they're all incels.
Right.
It's got to be because they just outright hate women. It can't possibly be because there's been an environment that's been telling them that we hate you.
And again, this is why the platform is so important. I think being able to put a mirror up in people's face.
Well, I'm going to tell you the truth. And y'all probably would have never thought y'all would have heard me say this or from me. You do know, and they didn't want her to be that woman neither. Feminists would rather Donald Trump in office because it gives their movement legitimacy. They weren't ready to take no goddamn instructions and accountability for no goddamn Kamala. They would probably take a little bit from Hillary, but they weren't going to take no goddamn accountability behind no damn Kamala. Okay? Let me put y'all on game. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. I'm really about to put y'all on some game. And let me tell y'all something about these incels. Incels wouldn't vote for Trump. An incel is better off voting for Kamala. Because guess what? The LGBT gonna be running around wild. The LGBTs are gonna be running around wild. Who told you that everybody that's an incel is straight? Incel is just incel. They could be straight, they could be G-hate, they could be incels are just incels. And then plus two, you know, you're gonna have robots and all kinds of other stuff. So it would have been a free market for the incels. So it's in the incels' best interest to vote for Kamala. Incels aren't trying to be red-pilled like that or black-pilled like that. That means they have to go outside. That means at some point they'll be pressured to deal with women. And that means they ain't an incel. That means they're a true cell. They chose to be that way. The red pill movement don't show incel sympathy. They don't hijack the black pill sector. Them niggas ain't black pill. They don't know what is the first thing to be black pill. They're just tolerated on that side of the internet. Till somebody real come by. They take pride in being incels. They're proud to be an incel. The time that they sit and take in study of philosophy, they could have turned around. The time they take to study the philosophy to down themselves, they could have turned around and got women off. They could have got a bunch of women. Just straight up. You're just wasting time. And when you have a history of wasting time, that's probably why you're an incel. You go hand in hand. See how that works? And plus, in a somewhat feminist world, they're looking for lesbian women and all kinds of women and stuff like that, and people and stuff like that to feel sympathy for them and give them some type of pity pussy. And that's more likely to happen under Kamala than a Trump, because they don't like that people look at them as like red pill cats. They don't like that. Some of them will also argue with you as that's the reason why women don't really entertain them, or think that they're soft or sensitive enough to deal with certain women and shit like that, because they get written off as red pill, and they don't get the perks. So
and critique behavior to release the cover over their eyes of whatever cope that they've situated themselves in to normalize their behavior, to question their behavior, their images as represented, their words versus their actions, their digital footprint, all of which has been normalized to a degree where you see men accepting all of this shit. We supposed to be kings out here, but we accepting garbage. Garbage behavior. You get treated like shit when you want a woman that can cook. Meanwhile, most women today, modern women today, don't even know how to make rice. Failure! You guys ever heard of the term hoeflation? Well, I'll take the hoe out of it for my purposes, and I'll say it's femaleflation. The costs seem to be increasing while the relative value to a man is decreasing. That's why so many modern men today are now rationalizing marriage. And as they rationalize and they look at the experiences of other men around them, they're like, is the juice worth the damn squeeze? Maybe all blame should not be placed on men and the environment that both men and women are currently situated in. This is why it's so important to talk shit about bad behavior, which is why it's so important to bring back shame. Link to the Bring Back Shame shirts in my YouTube shelf down below. Let's go.
Can't possibly be that. It can't be society or culture or the colleges or liberal. It can't be any of those factors, or even how we treat the men who we think don't check off all our boxes. It can't be none of that. It's got to be because of this Netflix series, and now we need policy to deal with that.
Yeah.
That's the level of thinking that I want all of us to start to get better at when we watch anything on social media, anything on streaming services, because I would argue much of the things that's impacting us and influencing the quote unquote gender war is not even coming from in here.
There is no gender war. Can't fight who you trying to fuck. And on top of that, a lot of white women got fucked up behind the feminist movement. Because they didn't realize, like, feminists are like masons, like white women masons. If you didn't get in the right, and they're a gang, you know, if you didn't get in the right, you know, if you didn't get in on the right side of feminism, you probably were a dummy. Because they're not going to ride for you like that. And a lot of those women don't realize that those women had husbands. Those women had husbands. You know, they'll go out there and they'll hold their little sign and talk shit and stuff like that, and then go right home to their husbands. And them bitches didn't give a fuck. So you got women, you know, white girls get taught to get married like right before they kind of end college, you know, or a little bit after college and stuff like that. You know, they kind of play the dating game sort of how it should go. They get it in, should in case if they fuck up, they can remarry. You know what I'm saying? They can remarry. You say he like Adrian Bronner. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. But nah, that's really how it goes. You know? Oh, and I saw that he was live earlier. Tony Maceo was live with that sister that used to be in the space that had to that was teaching, trying to teach like wife school, and then she had to double back and tried to teach women how to get the bag. That era was funny as hell. Y'all and fellas, because I'm not gonna lie, Pearl tried to do it too. Y'all be careful of these women running these little wife school, uh, these little wife school projects. A lot of that shit is a scam. You know, people used to be like, "Oh, you know, if they legalize, what's going on, Misha? Good to see you. Happy New. I was about to say Happy New Year's. Jesus Christ. Happy 4th of July. Good to see you. People used to be like, oh, if they legalize prostitution, it's a win-win for the world. Oh, it's a win-win for the world. Who would say no to that? And what's going on, War Master? Good to see you, bro. I mentioned you earlier. Shout outs to War Master on the Rumble side of the game. Make sure you guys stick around. We're going to have movie night over on Rumble. So come join us. We're going to watch She Hates Me. A movie by Spike Lee. So make sure you guys come through. Free movie night. And if you guys would like to join the panel, definitely, yeah. Yeah, Misha, I'm doing well. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Shout outs to Misha in the building. Play Yet alumni. All right. Now, a lot of people were like, well, who would be against, legalization of prostitution? And I was dumbfounded. I'm like, is that even a question? How about smart women? How about smart women? How about women that know how to get all of that stuff out of one man, or just straight up choosing right instead of going from man to man to man to man, and as much man as she can to be independent to try to get the same thing and only end up with no man. You said Rumble is skipping like a scratch CD. I might have to go down and come back up. That's why it's 0 over on Rumble. Okay. Some women are smart. They know how to get all of this shit out of one man. Especially, if they can get a man to, I wouldn't necessarily say simp for them, but if a man is simping for them, and obviously you're supposed to simp for your wife or your lady within reason. If you're gonna simp for anybody, you simp for your lady. And then not even just women that are smart, y'all. You have a demographic of women that are not as attractive, which don't mean shit, by the way. They're not as attractive, but they have other things that they do and can use to pull men, to pull and keep their man. And I see other people are starting to say it. I keep telling y'all, I don't give a damn about talking to y'all about dating. Dating ain't shit. The real game is actually in the relationships. The real game is in the relationships. Will Master, you done missed a lot, man. 4 Extra done blew his hand off. All kinds of shit. Cassie getting sued by gigolos. War Master said there's a lot of people that really believe that men will get married and have children with the chick just because she's pretty, right? Well, they're not wrong, but I know what you mean. Because a lot of men will say, okay, if I'm going to be putting up with shit, she might as well be bad. This is where the concept of the trophy wife comes in. But there's different versions of the trophy wife. but the original trophy wife came through way of a simp, you know. Yeah, she may act a certain way and treat me a certain way and blah blah blah. But as long as she look good, nobody want to look at, you know, shit. Even a simp wake up from time to time, and if a woman talking sideways to him, he's like, look, you don't look, you know, you're not the cutest looking girl out here. You know what I'm saying? You're not the cutest girl out here, or you don't got the looks to be talking to me like that. You know what I'm saying? So every so often, even the simps wake up and be like, yo, you know, you don't talk to me like that. You know, your look ain't the hook. You did? But no, you got women out here that can get all of that out of one man. Hold on, we'll go over it again, War Master. He from LA. He blew his hand off with fireworks, man. Clean off. But no, I saw Max City Limits, and it blew my mind when they said who he married. He ended up marrying Nicole Michelle, who used to try to teach women how to quote unquote be wives and stuff like that. But she was low key telling women to get the bag. And the easiest way for a woman to secure the bag is in an actual relationship. And a lot of these women aren't smart enough to see that. But if you read between the lines, it goes over a lot of their heads. Like, for example, when She-Ra 7 came out, in the midst of that whole get the bag epidemic thing, and that covered all of this. You know, she abandoned her wife school thing. You know, even Pearl tried to do wife school, but I never really took a look at what Pearl was talking about. You know, so this isn't a jab at Pearl, but I do gotta say this, right? White women, when they talk about getting the bag, they talk about it through marriage. Because that's how you get a bag. Honestly, they talk about what's the number one way for a woman to gain wealth and become rich, and it's through marriage. And I know people, especially in these spaces for the most part, but y'all are, because you know my audience, y'all are thinking, and y'all are extremely smart, and y'all know like how I know we think alike, right? But I want to put something on the table with you guys, right? They don't really show that statistic of women that initiate. Like, look at the high divorce rates. Why do you think that is? Because a lot of women initiate divorces. But what I just told you is not in that statistic. And the reason why they go out of their way not to mention that is because guys, still kind of have to believe in marriage. I mean, that's really the end all be all. You know, I mean, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. And I don't know if you know this, but I'm going to lay something else on the table for you guys. You got guys that would love to be in love, and you got guys that dread the feeling of being loved. They throw up in their mouth a little bit when they hear that word, right? But a lot of guys that don't like that word, they still want to be married. You know, they still want to be married. A lot of them. You know, and the crazy part about it, like I said, is that In white America, like I said, when they teach their daughters to be wives, they tell them, well, listen, if it don't work out, get out. And hopefully you're in your mid 30s or maybe your early 40s and then remarry. But now you have a little bit more resources going into it. You know? One master said wife school was pretty cool, especially when Auntie Jenny was there. Okay. Yeah. I when I say wife school, I didn't mean her. Cause I mentioned Nicole Michelle, you know. And you had a lot of women running around here trying to teach women how to be demure and all this other stuff. Honestly, it was so weird watching a lot of black women try to teach wife school. I'm gonna just keep it 100. They low key was trying to train those women how to date white men. That's really what it was. Somebody had to say it. They low key was just training those women how to date white men. That's true too, War Master. No, but you got a lot of women of yesteryear cashing out too. You know. But this is the thing. Out of all guys to get with, not saying something wrong with Max City Limits, you don't expect a woman on the internet preaching wifely shit to marry a man that's coming on the internet with the pimp, trick, / player mentality. Because that's what Max City Limits is. He a guy that brags about tricking and then turns around and saying that he's a player. A lot of tricks want to be players and not the other way around, because if they've tricked on a lot of women and bought a lot of hoes, they still think that they're players due to the volume of women that they've dealt with and chalk that up to their experience, when in reality they just spent a bunch of money on women and had possibly had a lot of sex. He said, "Little niggas outside my window popping fireworks, cops across the gate, hood life. Hopefully they don't get their hand blowed off. You need to show them 4 extra. 4 extra need to be a cautionary tale to some of these young cats."
It's coming from what we're seeing on screens and on these computers. When I walk around in everyday life, men and women still open the door for each other.
Mm.
A woman's in trouble, men are still going to rush to help her.
Mm-hmm.
A black man, a white man is hurt in some way. Whoever the race of the person is, they're still going to try to intervene and help them. I'm trying to lift a heavy box. My white neighbor going to come and lift it up. Somebody who's gay or trans, if they need help or support, it's still happening. Hate exists, I know that, but I'm telling you, the social media, the trends, what's going viral isn't actually 100% a reflection of what's actually happening most of our lives.
Mm.
You're actually not walking around and most men are spitting at you, calling you names, attacking you. That's not happening in modernity, not in mass. The majority of a huge percentage of the men that's a threat, they're arrested, they got records.
No, absolutely. Like, I think obviously social media makes it look like
Magnifies.
everyone is out to get you, and that's why we're having so many problems.
So now adolescence,
Mhm.
as true as it is about exposing something that a lot of people didn't know, what's the takeaway?
That this is
For the
happening
people,
everywhere.
Well, man,
this is happening everywhere. It's crazy.
War Master said, "Not I. Them heifers are on their own."
It's so much going. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. The U.S. and our thing of violence, we have the monopoly, it seems like, on school violence. It's insane. We're not using knives, we're using guns.
Yes.
And much of it is in response to being bullied or being radicalized with some particular.
Nah. Nah. It's not even being bullied. Bully probably is a part of it, but usually, because you don't see the bully get, bruh, these kids will shoot up the school and everybody but the bully gets shot. Unless the class is bullying the person, but not even that. It's just you got kids that are entitled. And to a certain degree, they believe the world owes them something. What do they usually look for after these schools get shot up? They usually look for a manifesto. Or they find a manifesto.
The political or religious ideology. That's usually what it is. It doesn't make it any better, but it's really not heavily connected. No, there is no significant data that shows that this is happening in mass. I'm telling you, if you went to the data and looked at UK stats of who's the primary groups doing the stabbings, and the knifings, it's not who you saw on the show.
Right.
It's not who you saw. We don't have to go political or go into who is and who isn't doing. It's not who they showed on the show. You have a market of white males who feel so angry and disenfranchised and feeling like they're being blamed for everything, and they're not allowed to hold an opinion, not allowed to hold a view. And now you're shocked with the reactions and responses of what's coming. And it's not even all violent.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. Those white males, they know that they're not supposed to be experiencing feminism. They know something is out of place, especially at their young age. Some of the stuff they go through, they're like, no, this isn't right. And they know they know they really can't, they can't do nothing about it. They're a kid. And then see in America and in some of these countries and these places and stuff like that, there's an urgency to make something stop. If you're a young white man, how you gonna make it stop? How you gonna make it stop? And this is the thing about I would say, and I hate to say it like this, but this is the thing about quote unquote suicide and stuff like that, and doing some of the stuff that they do. Um, at the time, it seems like a good option. I would say I would tell certain people to hang in there, but I'm not gonna lie. You tell somebody at the wrong time to hang in there. That's an insensitive. They're gonna feel like that you ain't even heard them. That's an insensitive comment right there. Hang in there. What do you mean hang in there? Do you not see what's going on? See, when stuff happens to a kid, that's the world for them. They don't know they think that's it. Nothing else coming behind that. One master said most men don't attack women. Women, on the other hand, attack men with their hands, feet, pots, pans, Snickers bar, old socks, and the law, grits, chainsaw, grenades, fireworks. Oh, you right about that, man. That's the part they don't mention, War Master. You know, he know, she know. That shit is horrible, man. Oh Lord.
It's just a noticeable shift. And in the end game, everybody can say, well, we're all going to lose in the end. The mountaintop is undefeated. Father Time is undefeated. Mother Nature is undefeated. The men post 30 who can figure out how to get what they need in order, physically, emotionally, financially, they have the leverage. The most leverage a woman's going to have is when she's her fittest, youngest, most fertile self.
Of course. 100%. I say this all the time. Because I hear so often, oh, women are the gatekeepers of sex. And you're like, they are when they're young. When they're young, but you start to, I think women sort of 30, 35, you start to sort of, it's not that you're not attractive, but you're not attractive to the same age as men, whereas men can look up or down or along. Whereas women, the older we get, we can only look up in age or down in age. I mean, I always say to my husband, if I, God forbid we wouldn't get divorced, or if we got divorced, he could find anybody of any age. And it would be a younger woman. Absolutely be a younger woman.
You said he's a lawyer, right?
Yes, he's a lawyer. He can marry who he wants.
What are we talking about here?
Exactly. No issue.
There's be a lot.
Exactly.
There's be a lot. It don't matter how he look. It don't matter how he dress. When they hear lawyer and they hear widow, oh, he need food. He need.
Oh no, it's true. Whereas I'd have to marry an 8-year-old
for sure.
And my goal would be
What?
like,
I'm also marrying an 80-year-old, by the way.
Oh,
I'm not
80-year-old.
saying there's anything wrong with that, but
That should sound like she said 8-year-old, didn't it? He said a what?
but it changes. I mean, we could obviously go on forever talking to you. There's so much to talk about.
I know. I wanted to go back for 1 second.
Yeah.
Did you finish all of your thoughts on the cheating? Because we may have skipped a bit.
I wanted to get into the points on cheating because this is riveting. This is very interesting content. But the points about the magnifying glass of social media is 1,000% true. The thing is that the delineation, right? The understanding of how much of what is being formed by our media or our social media versus what we take in the real life.
People got to understand content versus the real world. If you're in the real world, you should understand the difference also.
Is very real. Even before social media, it was media in general, right? The fear mongering done by major news outlets and what we would take with that into reality is a very real thing. So being able to look at your screen and now with the incoming wave of AI video, which is currently indistinguishable, and I'm not even talking about Google VO3, there's ones beyond that now, all right? But within that wave, things are going to be created to further distort our perception of what it is that's happening around us. So I agree. The most healthy of us can decouple what they see versus their actual experiences. But I would also argue most cannot.
Yeah, I definitely prepped for this part because I figured this question.
Let's go. It'll be our last little segment of the show because we've already gone over an hour, which I love. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
The main thing I'm going to say is I'm careful to avoid what's called a naturalist fallacy. And this is the false belief that because something is natural, it must be moral or good. So I just kind of put that out there as a qualifier with what I'm about to say. There's something called like a blank slate theory or socialization theory. And it's it's the debate about nature versus nurture.
Mm-hmm.
Most people who consider themselves feminists, they have a working presupposition or theory about human beings, men and women, and human sexuality. And their belief system is rooted in this. When you lean much more into nurture versus nature, anytime you see distinctions, differences, sociological reactions or responses for whatever reason between men or women, you're going to believe that you can socialize it out of them.
And what
that's
do you mean by that?
No, I mean, I believe that you can deprogram them. If you think that you can socialize it out of them, you're admitting that you know that they've been indoctrinated, or at least you've been indoctrinated. What's going on, JC? Happy New Year! God damn it! Happy 4th of July. I don't know. I keep saying New Year's. All right, you're gonna feel that you've been indoctrinated. Not, God damn it, not indoctrinated, but you're gonna basically you're admitting that you know that people are indoctrinated. You know, the people that's indoctrination,
What it
basically, bro.
means is if you don't believe that there's biological, evolutionary hardwiring that's built into us to be attracted to desire, to do and behave in certain ways, you're going to believe that the sex that's not doing what you think they should be doing is because you can socialize them to now act like the other sex.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
All right. The reason why that's important with this topic and all others is because there is a version of femininity that believes any distinction, even when it comes to sex, is something that just has to be completely 100% socialized and changed out of men. And that as long as men start to behave, communicate, think.
But see, this is the thing. Women don't know how to socialize that out of men. And women are having a hard time with socializing themselves because guess what? They're having a hard time even grasping how to socialize. For the last, well, not even, because they've acclimated themselves, but the new generation of women have fallen victim to it. Just like men, but to a certain degree, it's a little bit different with the men. Because men do socialize, but we have a different way of socializing. But the phones, the cell phones have become an external organ. You understand what I'm saying? The cell phones have become an external organ. And we have all of this we have a full route of communication to each other. We have a whole full route of communication to each other. And people still don't know how to communicate. It's still hard for people to communicate. It's super hard for people to communicate and really get through to each other. So it's really indoctrination and manipulation, not communication. Especially not in the way that women want. Women want straight heterosexual men to communicate how they communicate, and straight heterosexual men are not going to communicate the way that they communicate. And also, when a man comes to his senses, he'll be like, don't you have G Hay friends? Don't you have L Gibbet friends? That's what L Gibbet friends are for. Get them to communicate with you. That's what they're for. So if y'all pay attention, we're living in a day and age where a group of men and women from a specific group that lied to you guys and made it seem like, oh, Well, straight people are experimenting with them, so we're gonna experiment with them. Like we're living in a day and age, basically, long story short, where LGBT people are experimenting with straight people. They're experimenting with the heterosexual public. Oh, let me toss this out there to see what they gonna do. Oh, let me do this to see how they gonna respond. Oh, let me hit on him to see if he gonna respond back. How he go? You understand what I'm saying? And a lot of them need straight people to legitimize how unstraight they probably are. Some wild shit. And like I said, we going into a space and age where if you hit one of them niggas, my nigga, you gonna wish you hit a woman. Respectfully. If you hit one of them niggas, that's gonna be a jacket that's gonna follow you. It's gonna be even worse. You know what I'm saying? Because think about it. Look at if you're like a Donald Trump or a politician or a business owner, and you have a business, and let's say you reject certain people service because it said business. Like for example, there was this church couple that refused to make a wedding cake for a LGBT couple, and they were like, you know what I'm saying, my religion, I can't do this. I feel like it's a sin. It's against it's against my religion. Yeah, that shit is crazy, EB. But this is the thing, right? It's one thing if you have that on your business. Oh, I don't do business with certain people. But if you hit one of them niggas, oh no, hit. I'm talking about physically party. Not yeah. All right, yeah. My bad. I should have distinguished what I was saying. Yeah, my bad. You're right. Right. No, I'm talking about hitting one of them, like putting hands on one of them. Not hit. But if you put hands on one of them, I'm not gonna lie. Like you may have to register. Not even register. It's gonna follow you as like a hate crime. That shit gonna be like a hate crime. Hell, you ain't gonna get hired anywhere. Cause they gotta worry about if you know what I'm saying. They gotta worry about if you gonna put hands on one of their employees that they had to hire because of affirmative action.
And act like women, they'll be fine. They'll insist that there is no innate psychological differences between men and women. They'll functionally believe that because they're psychologically the same, we should have the same expectations. This is the issue. There's physiological differences.
Yeah. Innies and outies.
The physiological differences some are very minute, but then some are massive with huge implications.
Guys, I'm going to stop the content right here. I'm going to leave a link to this podcast down in the description box down below in case you want to go take a look at the forthcoming thoughts. This brother's name is Jeff James. He is a licensed therapist. And I salute this brother for going into what appears to be a female podcast and saying the things that men have been trying to say and articulate for years now. Where's my clapping emoji? There we go. Absolutely.
But see, he need to talk to a group of and the funny thing is that he a therapist, so he's smart enough not to talk to a group of unruly ass sisters that ain't about to listen to that shit. You know, these young ladies, they probably already done raised their kids, had their husbands and marriages and stuff like that. They seasoned, you know. So them listening to that shit, you know, well, that black man degree won't mean shit if he was talking to a pack of niggas, which is hilarious. But shout outs to Poor Man's Podcast. He was the guy that I saw that you know, that reacted to that video first. Hold on, let's see what else we got here.
by women.
I got this.
Okay, so
I want
to.
Hold on.
We live under a matriarchy, not a patriarchy.
Hi, hello.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
This was planned.
I love that. So you say we live in a
Oh,
matriarchy.
I want to say
I'm gonna tell you this too, though, y'all. I'm gonna say this. It don't even matter if the system is ran by men. Because if you see how women are getting their way with some of the stuff that's going on nowadays, simp ass dudes. Simp ass dudes are some of the worst men to be under.
Agree with that for the most part, simply because if you look at the way a lot of the laws and systems are designed, if you look at the content that's pushed, if you look at the algorithms and how they work, like there's so many things I can point to that will statistically prove, and even anecdotally, how, you know, if you're a woman, you can pretty much do no wrong. Now, I do think it's not always that way.
Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. We're gonna get into movie night soon.
Like,
let's get it.
You know, the way women are shamed for their bodies and all of that stuff, the beauty center, and some of those things are obviously negatives, but I think this idea we live in a patriarchy where if you're a man, your life is automatic.
UFO says, I give 0 fucks. Push me over the edge and it won't matter what you identify as. Right. As I say, you better make sure you situated before you throw a punch.
You're a man, it just doesn't exist. Like that's.
And the funny part is that here you have Candace Owens, you know, one of those educated sisters that really couldn't necessarily hang around black women like that. Then you have the tech STEM stud. She's a STEM stud, Princella. You know, the tech STEM stud. You know that she what am I about to say? She's a STEM stud. And she's smart. Princella's not dumb, but she's not, I wouldn't say she's not educated to the level that Candace would be. You understand what I'm saying when it comes to this particular type of conversation? So in conversations like this, she's cosplaying as astute.
Part is what I'm saying. I agree, because although the statistical, like the definition Princella tried to give in the beginning, it is technically correct. That's not the way patriarchy is ever used. It may be one of the talking points that, oh well, men have all these positions in power, but again, if you were gonna have an easier life simply by being a man,
Men, the patriarchy that we follow, because we're under a matriarchy before any patriarchy. The patriarchy that we follow is that we're under simp men. We're on the simp side of the game of the patriarchy, where men are just giving women what they want. They're not questioning it. Men are fucking themselves up by doing this, and they're not questioning it. We're not under the masculine side of patriarchy. We're under the simp side of patriarchy. Yeah, right, party. At this point, she got no choice but to agree. Because she one more carpet away. She one more carpet away from whatever. Crashing out. See, women are protected in the patriarchy because men believe in protecting their families. You know what I'm saying? Women are spoiled in a patriarchy. Feminism can only exist in a patriarchy. But these days, it's more of a gang than a mindset. Because women have the most law, they have more laws than men. They lie about this bodily autonomy bullshit. They're telling men that, oh, you know, y'all want to control our bodies and blah blah blah, and y'all just want to blah blah blah. And it's like, woman, men don't even control their bodies. When Donald Trump or somebody decides they want to go to war, we don't get a chance to say, hey man, I don't want to do that. No, you gotta go. We don't get we don't, like, what? We don't control our bodies. We subject to worse, actually. You know, hey Miss V, happy 4th of July. Good to see you. Yeah, I saw that when he stood up against rainbow activists in his audience. But I ain't gonna lie, low key, I think Arsenio had to do that because a lot of people thought that Arsenio was gay. You know, a lot of people thought that Arsenio was gay, and a lot of people thought Eddie Murphy, and and then you never know. They probably are. I don't know, but so I guess he felt it was in his best interest to do that. All right, please hit
and
the
men would
like
have
button.
the
Let's get it.
highest self-deletion rates. There would be more homeless shelters for men. Just look at all the government programs that are out there for women. And this is coming from a single father myself. So I know how hard it is when I walk in there as a dad trying to do anything for my kids. I essentially have to carry their mom's death certificate around so that I don't get harassed when I go to government buildings. Like, that's what it is on a daily basis. So again, I don't have this major benefit because
You would be surprised. You actually would be surprised, and they're not necessarily directly voting for their reproductive rights to be taken away, but there is a such thing out here called responsible women. There's actually a real thing out here. I know you'd be surprised because niggas just want to be reckless their whole life, and they live off of other people's recklessness and act like they don't. You would be surprised that there's women out here that actually aren't reckless and take care of their body and wouldn't defile their own body. You'd be surprised.
It's hard to argue.
And women need that patriarchy to be feminists. You know what's the hardest thing for a woman to do? To get another woman to listen to her. That's the hardest thing for women to do, to get another woman to listen to her and have sympathy. Again, women don't care about each other like that. They barely want to work. They barely want to work under another one. They're not trying to work under each other like that. They don't even trust each other like that. You said she low key wanted to shoot her shot at Candace, right? Candace is way more smarter. Shout outs to Miss V. I know you care, Miss V. That's the problem, though. That's the problem. Because you and I know, and a lot of people know, that when you care, eventually one of them heifers is going to put you in a position where it's like, you know what, bitch? You can't care too much, Miss V. You already know. One of them heifers is going to be like, you know what? They're going to put you in position. It's like, you know what? And then the fucked up part, and I'm not saying people go looking for it, right? The fucked up part is that people will jump out the window and say, you don't care, as if you haven't been putting in work, you know? Some of these stories, and I'm going to tell y'all the truth, some of these stories that we got to do as content creators, we really don't want to do. Like, one of my posts right now is still going viral. One of my posts right now is still going viral. Let's go check on that 4 extra post. This nigga done blew his hand off. Look at this. This YouTube short within the past 5 hours and 4 minutes got 13.9K and still going up. I'm not even going to post another short for the rest of the day. I'm going to wait. 178 likes, 76 comments. I ain't really want to post about old boy getting his hand blowed off. I feel bad, actually. But that's what people want. Yeah, a lot of women do witchcraft and voodoo. That's what they're trying to say. Voodoo what took 4 extra's hand, because I think he was pointing at 607. He kind of. We're gonna get back into that before we get into movie night, y'all. All right, y'all, please hit the like button, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, support the show, please. Give me y'all some real good game on today's show. Well, tonight's show. You know, I woke up early in the morning to be here tonight for you guys. All right. Happy 4th of July. Hit the like button, show some love. Now, Candace Owens, I think she just had her baby, if I'm not mistaken. So she back on the scene. She got time today. And it's funny that her and Princella
When
met
women
this
had a
way.
chance to vote for the fee, they didn't. They've had multiple chances now in the last couple elections. It was there. The opportunity
You go
was
out there,
right
award.
there. And from the numbers,
Happy
from the
4th of
data
July,
we
man.
see, that's not what they selected. I mean, so you can't say we live in that and the women are choosing that, because they had the same thing with the STEM degrees in college and stuff. They have scholarships and a ton of programs set up for women to go into those fields. They don't want to go. It's a portion of them that do. Most don't. They want to go to art.
A lot of women are in tech, though. And guess what, y'all? They're studs. I didn't think all of the studs be taking up the tech jobs. There's a lot of tech studs.
Humanities, all of that stuff. So,
And you want to know why? Because there are so many women who think like you. You submit to the idea of ruling everything. And
all right.
your ideology is spread across a lot of women.
And this is a woman dressed up like a man. This is a woman cosplaying as a man. She has on a male costume. And that's crazy, man. She got a whole kid. She fell in love with when, you know, one of them Hotep Shabazz type niggas. Like, that's the crazy thing about, like, the people that's on that other side of the fence. They wanted to abandon who they are. Don't even know who they are. And then turn around and try to tell you who you are. Sounds like something else we talk about, but we're going to get to that later. Right? She don't even know who she want to be. All of that pseudo knowledge. And look at Candace. I mean, and people are slowly to like Candace, and then some people hate her, and then, you know, yeah, Candace be grifting her ass off. But Candace got the husband. Candace got the kid. I hate to say it. They said Princella's kid is autistic, which I don't think. You know, they call any kid autistic. And then you gotta be careful if you have black children. They'll call your child autistic and put them on Ritalin and screw them up. Your child trying to function, and you like, okay, yeah, they must be autistic. It's like, no, that Ritalin fucking them up. They having a reaction trying to get off of it. Live in the most sedated times, y'all. Some women hate that they gotta stick around and take care of the kid that they have with the man that's not gonna be there, especially if that child has special needs. Y'all gonna see it with Krishan Rock and Blueface. Yeah, they making them autistic, right? Sometimes you let sometimes you leave the kid alone. The kid will even out a little bit. Sometimes you gotta spend your adolescent years a little bit slow, a little bit. Some kids are late bloomers. You know. And shit, a lot of kids that was deemed autistic, them niggas good at math and shit. They just look at things different. Some people, I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, but you do gotta have patience too. But like, some people don't have the patience to. Some people don't have the patience to take care of those type of. Some people don't have the patience to take care of those type of kids. And then the funny part is that they'll make you put your kid on all of that shit, and then guess what? You still have to have patience to take care of them.
Who also
It's crazy.
falsely believe to vote against their own interests just to complain about it in the end.
Right, Jason?
Earlier you said they're going to vote against their interests because they're voting for some utopian society that.
Wait, stop. Now you're essentially saying women are too stupid to know what they want. I'm confused on the point here. Like, she got to land this plane because now.
Cause she's confused. Look at her. This here is a little boy. She looks like no Rilla. Not Glorilla, but no Rilla. Like nah. Oh my God. Take that hat off. You embarrassing us.
She's jumping from from layer to layer, and it's not really tying together to prove her point. Because if you blame the educational system now, most of the teachers are also women. Like, what are we doing? You make yourself look bad.
First of all, a man's paycheck is supposed to take care of a family. What's the first thing a woman says when she goes out there to date? I want a man that makes more money than me. Or a man that's on my level. God damn, y'all are dumb. And then and women aren't taking the sewer jobs. It's July. Women aren't on the top of a roof trying to fucking knock a nail into the damn roof. Or building a bridge. They're not doing that.
Deciding on what the money's being spent on, or would you rather be the person that's just working to earn that?
CEOs and board members aren't.
God damn, y'all need to update y'all playbook.
Working, they own
And
the
this is
shares, and they're
I
making
hate
the
the
profit.
When you own it.
I hate the feminist argument in this position because they always talk about the CEOs or the politicians, how they're men. That's like a small percentage of men in society. That's not the average man. That's not most men. That's not 90%, 95% of men. 90%, an overwhelming majority of men are not in these positions of power where they can make all these decisions that affect everybody. Like, sometimes when I listen to people like the feminists talk, they talk about men as if every man is a billionaire, right? Like, just because you're a man, you have the power of a billionaire. And that couldn't be any further from the truth. Like, that's just not reality for us. Like, you think it is because you don't have the responsibility and you don't have expectations that we do. And I think for some guys like this, their reality is warped,
You would much rather.
That's not true. They were entering the workforce during the Great Depression and the war. And they were in the workforce already at that time. It was just dog. These niggas this nigga need his ass whipped.
Please stop with that argument. That's been over for decades, bro. For a long time now, you can go work, you can have a degree.
Where you think the feminists get their mantra from with that woman holding up her with her sleeves rolled up and shit? Where do you think that came from? Women been working. They ain't talking to a black woman. What do you think those female slaves was out there picking? You don't think that's work? Women been working.
You can start a business. You can do literally whatever you want to. And no, you can't walk down the street at 2 o'clock in the morning. But who can? Who can? That's I hate that argument too. We can't do those because when you ask what can't a woman do that a man can, they'll bring up something crazy like that. Like no smart man with something to lose is walking down the street at 2 o'clock in the morning. No. My basketball coach told me when I was in high school, he said, wherever you are going, get wherever you at by 10 o'clock because don't nothing good happen outside after 10. And that's been a rule I have lived by my entire life. I grew up in the hood, so I was not trying to be outside. Even now, I'm not in the hood per se, but bro, come on, man. This argument is not good.
Yeah, that shit is a trap. Go ask women that's actually out there working their ass off. They're like, a bitch tired. That shit is a trap. That shit is a trap. Because they get overworked. Oh, don't let you be a good worker too. You gotta be you can't overdo your job thinking you gonna get a promotion and all kinds of shit. Them niggas will work you into the damn ground. And a lot of women are smart enough to say, well, why am I gonna kill myself? Some of them just become entrepreneurs. Y'all don't understand what it's like to be an entrepreneur. Like, that shit's fucked up. That shit is all the way fucked up. Quit your 9 to 5 to work 24/7. More like quit your 9 to 5 to work 25/8.
I think the way
actually, women are the most enrolled.
that social pressures have actually changed, women's interests are actually now changing too. A majority, I think, or at least half of law.
You know, it's funny. And let me tell y'all something, right? Let me tell y'all something. Because this is what women are going to say in the future about guys like this, right? Trust me, this is what's coming. I'm ahead of the curve. I already know what's coming down the pipeline, right? Guys like this, right? Right, Ms. V. You already know. Hardest working woman on YouTube. Let me tell y'all, guys like this and gay guys, in the future, women are going to say, oh, we've been infiltrated. And guys like this and gay guys, because it's really a whole new subcategory of man and women that women and feminism can't control coming in. So a guy like this is advocating for turning women into slaves. You know, on the other half of it. You know, and they'll you'll see in a couple interviews in the future, they'll eventually call these kind of guys out. You know, guys that contributed to them feeding them to the gulag. But the thing is that they want to be in the gulag. They wanted to be in the gulag. A lot of women will tell you feminism duped them into the workforce. Because a lot of women are unhappy at the work that they can do and qualified to do. Half y'all ain't even qualified to do the work that y'all want. That pays y'all the rate that y'all want. They just stopped fucking around. They just said you go read a application and be like, yo, you must be able to lift 40 pounds over your head. A lot of women ain't gonna be able to do it. And hell, you got a lot of older women in their 40s doing labor intensive jobs. I know a lot of women that be wearing them damn workout belts and shit like that, lifting up heavy packages and stuff and stocking shelves and stuff at grocery stores and working at Amazon and shit like that. Oh, I remember a long time ago, I used to work at Amazon. I used to be afraid opening up them trucks when they pull into the dock. Niggas be shipping Range Rover wheels and all kinds of shit. You damn near about to lose your life opening up that damn door. You know? Fuck that. I be seeing how easy some of these women got it at the damn job. I'm like, shit, why I had to be a man? And I realized I'm glad I am a man. Because I
Law school
can't do
graduates
it.
are now women. It used to be the case for example, a few hundred years ago that a lot of primary philosophers like Immanuel Kant, Hegel.
All right, I'm gonna stop it right here. I'll let y'all finish it, man. This is where some of these arguments get off the rail for me, because you can't say 100 years ago, like hundreds, 200 years ago. What are we talking?
And women don't even like men like this, and they be their biggest fan. Ms. V said, I just don't want to do it. Shout outs to Bronze, Flat Power God in the building. Good to see you, player. I'm glad you made it to the show. Happy 4th of July. Please hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Let's get it.
Arguments falling apart, man. Let me know what y'all think down in the comments.
All right. This brother, and rest in peace to his baby mama. You know, not too much, not every day you run into a guy that has that story. You know, where the baby mama passed away. You know what I'm saying? Definitely don't run into a story like that.
Men should always pay for women. And no, it's not because men are natural providers or because women shouldn't have their own money or work. This has nothing to do with gender roles. Men should have to incentivize women to want to be around them for the following reasons.
As we watch this woman, we're going to keep a tally for how many times she is misleading, sexist, or just telling outright lies. Spoiler alert, it's a lot.
Men are women's apex predator. 91% of rape and assault cases are done to women. 99% of perpetrators are men. 2% of convicted rapists go to prison. And the majority of the time,
You said an unfriendly chat? What happened? Something's going on in the chat I can't see. What happened, Miss V? An unfriendly chat? What do you mean?
offender is someone that the woman knows or is dating. That does not seem very equal to me.
91% of victims are women. It sounds scary, doesn't it? But it's extremely misleading. For almost a century, by definition, only women could be victims. If it happened to a man, it just didn't count. You see, for the longest time, statistics and definition.
No, what happened? I can't see everything. I'm using a different program, so I gotta. Uh-oh. What's going on in the chat? Because I know it doesn't show me everything, and then I know what you guys see on screen isn't necessarily what's actually in the actual chat room. So sometimes I gotta physically check. And then even then I can't see everything.
Were specifically tailored to strengthen the narrative of men harming women. Also, assault on men looks different. If, in addition to forceful penetration, you include statistics about men being forced to penetrate, then the numbers look basically equal. If you compound that with the societal stigma against being a male victim, which means that crimes against men are hugely underreported, you'll see that saying that 91% of victims are women is extremely misleading. And it clearly makes her claim that 99% of perpetrators are men an outright lie. And so is the claim that only 2% of convicted offenders go to prison, when according to the United States Sentencing Commission, the actual number is 99.5%.
And the crazy part is
This is the thing, and I catch y'all trying to do that, and I'm seeing that that's coming back. You know, and this is just people that debate. This is not just women, but women in general, when it comes to these spaces, they don't give a fuck about no damn stats. If it's not serving their argument, they don't give a damn about no damn stats. I don't know where people get this notion that women care about stats, especially if it's not serving their argument. But over the years, and I know you guys have seen it, there's been a resurgence. There's been a resurgence of number crunching dudes in the space. And trust me, I get the number crunching dudes ideology. I get it. But you know, even the number crunching dudes sound crazy from time to time. You know? But there's a lot of number crunching dudes in this space. And there's nothing wrong with number crunching, but stats, you got to break them down, you know, to tell the story. So people will be like, okay, you know, okay, I get it. Okay, that sounds about right. Okay, that checks out. You know. All right, let's get it.
you will hear men complain more about the male loneliness epidemic or feminism than you will hear them talk about any of these things.
This is misleading because it's not one or the other. You can care about both. But if there is a bias in focus, it's because society has already reached a consensus about sexual assault and what to do about it. The average sentence is 213 months. If you force yourself on a woman, you will pay for it with 17 years of your life. No one is campaigning to reduce this. Men agree with you, it's a crime. If you're proven guilty, then the punishment should be severe. For that topic, a consensus has been reached, but not so for male loneliness.
Men rely on these bad men to make themselves look like good men in contrast.
This is projection. She imagines that men do this because this is how she thinks. As the research has consistently shown, it is women, not men, who primarily derive their self-esteem from comparison.
And since they rely on this contrast to evade accountability, they will never actually protect us from these bad men. As long as these bad men exist, we women need these good men to protect us. The problem is, that's a lie. Actually protect us.
No, what you said is actually the lie. And it's also more projection because men do intervene when they see a woman being victimized. It's when a man is a victim that you see a different story. I want to show you a YouTube video of a social
Imagine thinking that you're doing something on your own and have to call a man to protect you while disrespecting the men that's supposed to be protecting you and that has protected you. While putting on your little bullshit makeup that's probably been made by men. Yeah. Yep. But you're not
experiment that was done, where a man was physically abusing a woman in public to see if other men would intervene to help her. And then they switched it and they showed a man being physically abused by a woman in public. They wanted to see if anybody would intervene to stop a female perpetrator. You're going to want to see the results of this. But first, she's only been speaking for less than a minute, and look at all of the times she's already lied or been misleading. How does this happen? Dishonesty is such a nasty habit. But the truth is that we can all get some.
Because she can get away with it. She's not living in no realistic world. You just sit up there and lie. And nothing happens. And if something was to happen, guess who she gonna call? The same man that she was disrespecting.
Sucked into some bad habits, and sometimes you need a little help to break them. That's where Fume comes in, the sponsor of today's video. It's not a vape, it's not an e-cig, no vapor, no nicotine, just flavored air.
You better be careful. Fume don't be paying people that they sponsor.
Her claim that men are bad men who mistreat women because we rely on the comparison of ourselves to those bad men in order to feel good. 10 years ago, these YouTubers wanted to raise awareness about domestic violence against women. So they filmed a man assaulting a woman in public. And guess who comes to her rescue? Men. The men came quickly and in numbers, ready to physically put their safety on the line to protect a stranger. Do you want to guess what happened when they switched the roles? When they had a woman who was physically assaulting a man in public? It's exactly what you're expecting. When a woman is assaulting a man in public, she gets a free pass. There's no sympathy for the male victim. No one intervenes to protect him. But please, continue with your narrative that all men are awful and all women are victims.
Why would women choose to go out with our apex predator and also pay for our own meal? Why would we put ourselves out just to put ourselves at risk?
Her continued characterization of all men.
Don't they like the bad boy? Oh, y'all go out with apex predators all the time.
As predators is dehumanizing and sexist. But on top of that, her notion that the solution to this is that men should pay for her meals on dates doesn't make any sense. That's not how justice works. If a man commits assault against a woman, justice is putting that man in jail, not demanding some other guy unrelated to the situation pay for her dinner. To apply collective guilt is to indulge the false cause fallacy. It is actually a complete perversion of justice. But sadly, if you have been brainwashed with enough anti-male sexism, you're not going to see that. But let's hear what other reasons she has for why men have to pay.
The second point is women's time is more valuable than men's time is. Men constantly tell us that we're going to be undesirable after 30. While they get to be desirable well into their senior years. Now, I don't think that
a woman's time is more valuable than a man's time. Can't make this shit up, people.
Consistently told.
I mean, I don't know how you can doubt this. This has been proved over and over again. Men are attracted to young women because they have years of fertility in front of them. Men are attracted to older men because of increased confidence and resources. They're more established in life. The reason why you're consistently told this is because it's true.
In any case, if a woman does want to have children, she does have a limited amount of time compared to a man.
Oh,
and by
boy.
this logic, since women have limited time, it is inherently more valuable than a man's time. Why then would a woman waste her time to go out with a man who isn't going to make it worth her time and who more than likely is going to waste her time? I promise you, you're going to feel better about it.
Women waste their time. Women waste their time. What is she doing with this time that she has? I would like to know.
A man wasting your time if he's also fed you and has improved your life and financed your passions and your development.
This whole section was misleading because
improve your life, finance your passions.
using the logic of traditional gender to justify progressive feminism. But it doesn't work that way. You can't just pick and choose. If women say that men must pay because our time is more valuable because we need to make children, okay, fine, that seems somewhat rational. We can do that. But by that logic, would you then agree that if a man is on a date with a woman who is past childbearing age, then he doesn't need to pay? And we certainly don't need to pay on dates with young women who are not intending to have children. Like if she's a party girl and she's just dating because she wants a hookup, but she wants to be child free, then she pays for herself, right? You have to be consistent here, because the notion that you, as a modern woman who doesn't want children, should have your meals paid for because there are other women that do want children and you want to borrow their credibility, that's not going to fly. Sorry, that just makes no sense.
Thirdly, women's reproductive rights. There are very real health risks and financial consequences when engaging with men. Men have largely been silent as our right to choose has been rolled back, and contraceptives are not foolproof. The only way that you can guarantee that you will not get pregnant is by not sleeping with men at all.
More lies. First off, she's not carving out exceptions for pro-choice men. But in any case, men have not been silent. 61% of American men are pro-choice, basically on par with the 64% of women. This is not an issue that splits by gender. There are much better predictors for whether or not you are likely to be pro-choice or pro-life. If you filter by political party, religion, age, and even race, they are all more reliable predictors than gender. And yet feminists continue to try and paint this as though it is a gendered issue, when that is the least reliable predictor. Sadly, this is actually just more projection, because the truth is that it is women who don't care about reproductive rights. If you don't believe me, I challenge you to do this. Ask a woman if she is in favor of paper abortion. Since actual abortion is not an option for men, a paper abortion for guys who never wanted to have a child and are willing to forego paternity rights and the financial obligations that come along with it. Seriously, ask around. Find out how many women support that. And then you're going to quickly discover who actually cares about the other gender's reproductive rights.
The reality is you could be stuck carrying a man's child, sacrificing your career and your body and financial stability if you choose to sleep with a man who cannot at least pay for your dinner and nonetheless support a child.
You just said before that the only way to guarantee not getting pregnant is to not sleep with men. So why not take your own advice? It's so misleading because she's pretending like women have no agency here, like they have no choice. But if a guy does not pay for dinner, no one is forcing you to sleep with him. But if you do, then you know the risks and you need to take accountability for the choice you made.
Women are forced to dysregulate our hormones with birth control and to risk infections through condoms. Men don't have to worry about these things.
Okay, but everything that you just listed assumes sex. But is that the assumption that you really want to operate under? Truly, think that through. Because if that's the justification, she needs to be on birth control, then every time a man pays for dinner, he's going to feel entitled to sex. And I'm pretty sure that's not the precedent that you want to set.
Men's bodies are never up for political debate. Ours are. Men cannot and do not split these burdens with us. And they can't split the labor of carrying and giving birth to a child.
I almost tallied this one up as a lie, but technically what she's saying is actually true. Men's bodies are not up for political debate, because debate implies that it might go one way or the other. The outcome is not clear. But for men, the decision about their bodies has already been made. The sexism against men in this culture is so total that it never even gets debated. There is a fundamental assumption that men's bodies belong to the state. And in a time of war, there is no freedom of choice. You must be sent to die. It seems astonishing that women have still not woken up to the privilege that they have here. We treat women's bodily autonomy as so sacred that she is allowed to kill the baby that's growing inside of her. That's how much we revere her freedom.
That's crazy. So if you guys wasn't here earlier, we talked about, I was about to say the fuck offs, the freak offs from Diddy. And you got Cassie, who won't go somewhere and go sit down, who's getting sued by one of the male escorts that she pursued and pick. That's crazy because she picked them.
Of choice and her bodily.
And she's getting sued because he said that she gave him an STD and aborted. She got rid of a kid that they allegedly had together or was pregnant with. Probably got Puffy to pay for the yeah. That's crazy. Puffy would have been Ike Turner, y'all. I didn't know Ike Turner he was the one taking care you know, I didn't know Tina had a baby with the drummer of the band. So I mean, I'm not saying Ike Turner was right. I'm not gonna say that make Ike right. You know, because somebody gonna try to say, "Oh man, that makes what Ike." No, but I don't agree with Ike, but I understand. You know, she was putting Ike through a version of hell also.
Autonomy. But men's bodily autonomy is considered so worthless that if the government decides that his life is worth less than whatever political regime is in charge in South Vietnam, then that completely justifies stripping him of his freedom of choice, sending him to war, while of course the women get to stay safe at home. I encourage you, do not fall for the feminist propaganda. In this culture, never forget it is men's bodily autonomy that is not respected. And while men don't give birth, that is true. When she says that men don't split the burden, that's false. In fact, give me a tally, let's have another lie ding up. Because while she stays home raising the baby, he goes to work to financially provide. That is splitting the burden. In one moment, women will say that pregnancy, birth, and motherhood are like the most blessed, cherished, incredible experiences of their life. But in the next moment, when they want to shame men and paint themselves as victims, they'll paint motherhood like it's this drudgery, this suffering. I don't know, like if your part of the deal is that you get to raise babies, that sounds pretty good to me. Babies are cute. There are lots of guys out there who'd rather stay home and play with a baby all day than to go out into the workforce and break your back for terrible wages. But of course, you have to remember, only women's suffering counts.
Finally, women's presence and attention is more valuable than men's are. Erotic dance clubs with female dancers generate $7.4 billion annually, making up 95%.
She think men are at strip clubs for a woman's presence.
Total revenue. Erotic dance clubs with male dancers generate $328 million annually, making up 5% of total revenue. And spicy fan sites reflect the same numbers. Female creators that make heterosexual content constitute 95% of top earners. Male creators who make heterosexual content.
And let me tell y'all the real thing behind these number crunching people. These people that just throw out statistics and stuff like that, they're not even really number crunchers. Because they don't even get to the breakdowns. They're just throwing out numbers that's off, or that they can just remember. They just read. They're basically the definition of read, write, regurgitate. They throw out these numbers to sound smart. They throw out these numbers to sound smart. Because this is the whole thing about the number crunching, right? The thing is that in their mind, it's like, if I'm doing this number crunching, not even. In their mind, it's like, if I throw out a number and you don't have any numbers to combat the numbers that I've thrown out, what you're saying is wrong and not true or right. You know, or I have more intel on something than you do because of these numbers. All right. All right. Y'all please hit the like button. Support the show. Happy 4th of July. Let's at least get 2 supporters on the show. Now, let's start. We're going to start the movie after this segment. We got She Hates Me. 4 hours and 32 minutes into the madness. If you guys are enjoying the show, please hit the like button and support the show. I have to check over on Rumble. I think War Master said the show sounds horrible on Rumble to see if we sound okay, because I wanted to keep the Rumble going. I don't want to have to fire up another stream, but if I have to, I probably will. Hold on. Let me head over to Rumble real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, hold on. All right. We sound okay. What's going on, Gems? Good to see you, bro. Why it sound like I'm in a over on Rumble? It sound like I'm in a I don't know. I hear room reverb, and I shouldn't hear room reverb. Shout outs to Gems. Let me put the Rumble channel in the chat so you guys can follow me on Rumble. Please hit the like button, support the show. 4 hours and 30 minutes into the madness. Let me know if you guys are enjoying the show and plan on coming through to movie night. All right. We're going to probably start in like 9 minutes. All right, let's go. Oh, it's trying to play it.
Constitute 5% of top earners. I don't know many women who pay to see men dance on poles. There are very few examples of.
Actually, women pay men to see dance on poles, and they pay to see women dance on poles. You should see that there's just as much, if not more, women throwing money at women at the strip
Professional
club.
women who have tanked their entire reputation and legacy to chat with minors or to pursue men in a coercive or disrespectful way. Women don't bond with each other over.
And teachers are sleeping. Look at his face. His face is full of disgust. And teachers are sleeping with little boys at an astronomical rate. And they're baddies too. Teachers are sleeping with kids at an astronomical rate. And they're baddies too. She was a baddie. Yep. She was a baddie. On her daddy.
Serving hot wings and mini shorts. That's what men do.
All right, so this section caught me off guard. There might be lies in it. I didn't bother to fact check her figures. I'm just too astonished at her reasoning. Every point
if she would lie like this, I think all the numbers that she says is cap. And not even. Don't ever really believe somebody that's just throwing stats at you and can't break them stats down. Them people are full of shit. If they don't even attempt to account some of the stats that they throw out there,
that she
FOF.
made about women's presence being more valuable than men's came back to sex work. Am I crazy, or is that not hugely degrading to women? To make the case that women are special and valuable because they have the ability to make men horny? That seems so outrageously offensive to me. What is going on? Am I the feminist here? You'd think after all the things that I've covered in my work that nothing could surprise me, but somehow there's always some new angle that I didn't expect.
As a woman, when you're seen with a man, it lowers your social capital. And we saw this surrounding the online discourse that occurred when Nina Igdal got engaged to Logan Paul. When men are seen with multiple women, they are held in higher regard by society and amongst their peers. Women who are seen with multiple men, whether she's sleeping.
No, tell the truth. They're held in high regard by women too. Especially by women. Y'all, we are in the month of July. And allegedly they're deporting Mexicans. Julayer. You're a Julayer. This woman is a Julayer.
Being with them or not are condemned. When you are seen with a man, you are increasing his social capital and lowering your own. You should not also be paying for your meal.
She is right that being seen in public with women does increase your social capital as a man. But the way she presented it is so misleading because it is women, not men, who are taking notice of that. Pre-selection is a well-researched phenomenon. Women are attracted to men that other women find attractive. If you're on a date with a man, then you are increasing his social capital in the eyes of other women. Just like everything else in this video, there is zero accountability from women and all the blame gets put on men. And do not get fooled by her monotone. That is a conscious strategy that she's chosen to employ. It's called...
No. It's not even her monotone that you have to pay attention to. She's doing something else with her hands and her face. This is an old thing. And women do it with each other also. Madams used to do it. And you would usually see older women do it. And a lot of young girls watch their mothers do it. What is that? I've already picked up on it. Sometimes kids, especially young women, will be hanging around their mothers while their mothers is putting on makeup to go out to the club or to go somewhere, and they will ask their mothers questions and stuff like that. And the mothers, to not look their child in the eye while they're about to lie, will be doing stuff like putting on their makeup or act like they're focusing on something. And those things don't require you to look into someone's eye or to look in the camera, because obviously you're too busy putting on your makeup. You're too busy focused on something. And it's like a tunnel vision thing where you can just kind of talk. You don't really have to look at something, you know? Like, for example, I'm talking right now. Y'all don't know if I'm on my phone. Y'all don't know if I'm looking at something else or doing something. You know, you don't know. It's just, it's a tunnel vision thing, you know? But what it's for is to appear that you're busy doing something that now you can't look in the camera or look somebody in the eye. And plus, this is what disingenuous people do. You know? Half these people, right? They're not even trustworthy. There's nothing to lie. Especially when you speak on men. You don't respect them anyway. So where's the incentive to tell the truth about them? All right. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. That's dollar symbol PTV 888. That's dollar symbol PTV 888. That's dollar sign PTV 888. Please support the show. Putting in some good work. It's Player Talk Radio.
Apathetic appeal, and it's designed to manipulate viewers into giving the impression that.
Oh, but hold on real quick before I get back into it. Back to the analogy with the young girl. The young girl doesn't pick up on it. You know, the mother's acting like she's sitting there applying makeup and mascara and stuff like that. Man, she gonna sit up there and lie to that kid. Right before she goes out and go contradicts herself.
Is so obvious that it's basically boring to her that she has to say it out loud. But if you look closely at her arguments, you'll see it's always just another repackaged form of Schrodinger's feminism. Is she a modern woman, an independent boss babe? Or is she a traditional woman who loves babies and whatever? You'll never know, you'll never be able to predict. The only consistency that you're going to find is that she'll use whatever argument is available that benefits her as a woman. There is no deeper principle at play here. So long as the woman is coming out on top and men can be blamed, she's not bothered by the inconsistencies.
As a woman, you are valuable, in spite of what society might try to lead you to believe. Things are not equal. If men would like access to women, they need to pick up the slack and make the process of dating them as convenient as possible.
And the funny part is that men can try to get out of women's faces and they will come follow you. And then talk about some you want access to them. Women encroach. You don't got to follow them. They're nosy, curious, don't like to mind their business. It will follow you.
And to me, that's not promoting gender roles. It's just common sense.
What does she think gender roles are? Like, what is her definition? God, it's always the same thing. Men are disgusting, so give me money. I made this video in case you ever encounter these arguments in your real life, so that you know how to debunk them and point out what's misleading, what's sexist, and what are just lies. I always like to look at the comments section of videos like this to sort of see how the wider culture is responding to these ideas. So I'm going to spend the rest of the video just scrolling through the comments and then giving you my commentary.
And that's another thing too. Going back to what I was saying earlier about the superiority complex, especially when the younger generations in in white society experience feminism. Both sides, men and women, have a superiority complex. White feminists have a superiority complex and an entitlement complex, while at the same time saying they don't have nothing and being disrespectful and telling men to give them things. All right.
If you want to keep watching, the rest of the video is available on Patreon. My Patreon's awesome. We've got an amazing community there. I love the videos I get to post. If you like my work and you want to support me, I'd be thrilled to get your support on Patreon. And remember, if you're ready to kick that nasty habit and get yourself something fun to fiddle and play with, check out Fume.
4 Extra is currently in.
Hold on. Oh shit. Here we go. I didn't even think I should have known Flacco was going to put out a video.
And
Hold on,
his
let's check
life
this
would
out.
never be the same after today. As a podcaster, your lore makes or break you. We all have our thing that we are known for as a podcaster. I'm known to have a stutter and to not be really fond of gangbangers. That's just what I'm known for. 4 Extra got his first big break into podcasting when he went on Kim Capone and No Jumper, and he talked about how great he is at knocking people out. He talked about the prison phase, talked about how he's respected. And when you did your research or your background,
that's the hand that's gone, the right hand.
You found out that he's not lying about much. When you ask other gang members or other people who are in the streets of LA, the same level of respect they have for 4 Extra is very consistent himself.
What's the most amount of fades you had to run back to back to back to back?
I got 10 fades one time.
Damn.
I caught 10 fades one time. Another time, I got 9 fades.
You gotta be tired as hell by the end of that shit.
Nah, hell no.
Damn.
No.
You ain't tired after
No,
10
fuck
fades?
no, hell no. I'm tripping. I'm working out every day. I'm tripping. I'm off the back. I'm tripping regardless. I'm
like crazy. You go through all of that just to lose your hand to some fireworks. I was going to close out today's show by playing Fireworks by Drake, but it wouldn't even be right, bro.
off the back tripping. I'm coming in there looking for him. So no, hell no. I came in that motherfucker. I caught 10 fades one. I went into the module on the 4,000 floor. I got 10 fades off the back. Went up in there. I told him like, where you from? Oh, bam. I'm like, how many y'all in here? Well, bring them all. Brought 10. Got 10 fades right there back.
4 Extra's rise in popularity and in podcasting is accredited to basic human psychology. 4 Extra represents our innate nature. Before we were a modern society, before we had weapons, before people had things to protect themselves, the people who set the laws, the people who opinion mattered or hold weight, are the people who could beat up everyone. Because there are no weapons. So if you could beat up everyone, then your opinion inherently matters. That's why 4 Extra became an authority in a lot. If you can catch 10 fades back to back and beat up everybody, bro, without breaking a sweat, then your opinion matters, okay? You are an authority in street culture. There's been a lot of suitors who try to replicate what 4 Extra did or come for his throne, but it didn't really work out for them all that well because 4 Extra come across as genuine and authentic. Dudes like this come across as super liars. Like, they will tell stories, too, about how they ran fades back-to-back or 20 fades, but their story came across as just super cap and super lies. And then when you do research on them, nobody can really vouch for them. A lot
All right, we should be back. I don't know why this thing choose to act up. All right, put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. We should be back.
And then when you do research on them, nobody can really vouch for them. A lot of people has tried to dethrone 4Extra to be the new authority. It hasn't worked out for them at all. He still managed to maintain his throne. But what happened earlier today will serve to be the biggest threat for 4Extra's throne. If the lore is predicated on being indestructible, then what happens to the authority when people spot a weakness? Will the authority still be the same? Will they still respect the opinion and value the opinion the same if they no longer believe you're indestructible? That still has yet to be seen. But what took place earlier today is a direct risk and threat to everything that 4Extra has ever worked for. 4Extra nightmare of a day began about 6 or 7 hours ago when 4Extra went fireworks shopping.
Vernon Avenue, nigga. You know, then you know. On Vernon Avenue, if you know, then you know. On Vernon Ave, if you know, then you know. On Vernon Ave, if you know, then you know. If you know, then you know. I'm about to blow somebody else up tonight. I'm about to blow somebody else up. I'm gonna throw this mother. I'm about to blow somebody else up. I don't know who else I'm gonna blow up, but I'm blowing somebody else up. On Vernon Avenue, I'm blowing something up. Yeah, Vernon Avenue, nigga. You see this mother. Vernon Ave. Fuck me, I'm blowing something up today, nigga. Told her, nigga. Stop playing on Vernon Ave, nigga.
Oh my God.
Vernon Avenue.
This is sad.
I'm gonna blow a nigga up. On a nigga. Dead homies, nigga. It's the fourth. I'm gonna blow a nigga up. Who nigga blown up today, nigga? Wrong with a nigga off the back. I'm blowing a nigga up. Stop playing CDs, nigga. I'm throwing them in your house. I'm throwing them at you, nigga. Vernon Avenue, nigga, off the back. I'm blowing your ass up. I'm blowing somebody up today off the back.
While 4Extra,
I ain't gonna lie, man. God works in mysterious ways. Imagine having your phone in the hand that you lost, showcasing a bunch of grenades damn near in your hand. Like you filmed your hand with the explosives in your hand and lost your hand, your other hand. Like, what are the odds of that? Think about it. What are the odds of that? That you filmed? What's going on, Anthony? Good to see you, bro. Happy 4th of July. You filmed your hand. And the hand that you filmed your other hand with the explosives in it, you lose that to the explosives. So you can't make this shit up. What are the odds of filming your fucking hand? With that bullshit and then losing it. Good God Almighty.
was enjoying
4 hours and 55 minutes into the madness. We're going to start the movie soon, y'all. Hold on.
the festivities of the 4th, buying fireworks, hanging out with friends, filming a music video, outside chilling, throwing hand kicks. He was having a great old time. At the same time 4Extra was enjoying his day, his new arch nemesis, his new top op, 607 Unk, was in the park doing some ceremony of some sort. Whatever this ceremony was, whether or not it was...
Oh my God. I didn't even know he was doing this. Now it's like, bro probably did some voodoo on him. Uh-oh. Here we go. People gonna say he did voodoo on him.
It was a sacrifice to the gods or voodoo or whatever it was. He was working really hard. He was literally sweating, straining himself. This was something that he was taking really seriously. And it was bizarre because it was out the blue. And he really wasn't saying anything. He was just
Oh,
documenting
so
the
he did
sacrifice
voodoo.
in the journey. He even brought a sacrifice to the gods. Whatever this was, whatever this ceremony was, it was a battle. Bro was in a park meditating, hamdulillahin, yo, he really wants to get this done, and he's trying to get this done as quick as possible. That's the only way, or the only reason why I would think
No
a
boy
man will
lost
be
his
in the
hand.
park meditating, running for his life, sweating, doing certain things that feels or looks like it's some type of urgency to whatever he's doing. And like he would also show something that would look like a snack or a food, but when you really look at it, no, this is an offering. Like this is fruits. Like in the
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, the thing though, Anthony, why don't these people, if you're gonna be fucking around with fireworks, why don't you have an oven lighter? People put way too much trust in these damn fire. Oven lighter. This can't be your first 4th of July. You know, black people be having crack lighters and shit like that. You put that long ass flame on there. Of course that shit gonna fucking blow up in your hand. It lit the end when it was supposed to lit the tip. Pause. Niggas be using crack lighters to light, man. Listen. You out your damn mind if you using a damn crack lighter to light no damn explosives. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Going on 5 hours. It's player talk.
In the Bible, when they try to bring an offering to God, what they bring fruits. Some bring animals, but the poor man bring fruits. Now, I don't think this is a snack because they're all unopened. Some short time after 607 Unc wrapped up whatever ceremony he was doing in that park, there was a 911 call simultaneously happening in LA.
3899 requesting additional unit and supervisor 43rd in Vermont.
899, can I get an RA for a male, approximately 30 years of age, conscious and breathing, below his hand for the fireworks?
3899, repeat.
And his location. Sure, they weren't sure.
For all people to blow up their hand with a firework. Shit crazy, man.
In route to the additional unit request.
3831, roger.
Conscious and breathing, just blew up his right hand with a firework. 363 sir.
Someone made a call to 911 alleging that 4 Extra had blown off his right hand playing with fireworks. And apparently this was so bad that 4 Extra actually lost his vision for a while. Like he only got his vision back after surgery. But when it happened, the reason why he's looking down is because he can't see anything right now. His vision was completely gone. His right hand was blown up. Now, 4 Extra was eventually rushed into surgery and had a successful surgery. The condition of his hand is currently unknown, but his injuries aren't the only issues he might have to deal with. There was another person there, it's been confirmed now, that got half their face blown off. Now, the fireworks are illegal in California. So being in possession of a firework that also led to somebody being hurt, you never know, bro. The police in LA, they're overzealous, they're thirsty. They might try to, just go after him because they don't like him. So right now, somebody else, damn near got half their face blown off.
All right, so I know you guys already seen this image going around.
Bro, why are y'all lighting fireworks that close to your face and your hands? Put it in reverse, Terry. Why are y'all lighting... Don't tell me one of y'all tried to do the money phone with the firework while it was lit. Black people can't have shit, man. God damn.
And I figured I might as well just hop on here and give you guys some context. So basically, 4 Extra 4th of July is hanging out with a bunch of his friends in front of like a shopping center.
Too many 4s. 4 Extra 4th of July.
They're all hanging out. There's like a short that I posted yesterday, him doing some high kick thing, and he basically had a handful of fireworks, and he was about to let one off. Didn't actually get out of his hand. Apparently those fuses burn a lot faster than you would think. And yeah, it blew his hand off. And there's more bad news, which is that the true extent of his injuries, I don't think has really 100% been revealed yet. I'm not really at liberty to say exactly what, but definitely there's more to come in terms of like all the stuff that has happened to him as a result of this. But also, I'm not sure 100% who the friend was, but he was with one of his friends, and his friend allegedly like blew half his face off, which I haven't seen any evidence of this or whatever, but yeah, that's all we know right now. He's now off pain meds for like the first time in his entire life. And yeah, I'll keep you guys updated, but that's all that we know right now. So
at the time he made the video, he wasn't sure, I guess, but right now it's been confirmed there was somebody else injured as well, and they was injured very badly, like incredibly badly. Like we don't know what's gonna be the outcome of these injuries for the other person. Right now, it looks like 4Extra is at least going to survive. 607 quickly took to his IG story immediately after the news broke that 4Extra is in surgery and his hand was currently blown off. He will take to his story to allude or imply that this was his working and that he put voodoo on 4Extra. So he posted a picture with like his hand obviously mimicking 4Extra with the song titled Voodoo Rav. And then he also posted, you know, his cup with the voodoo skull and the blue rag with an interesting choice for the song title, which is The Prophet Who Saw Fire, essentially saying that 4Extra is getting what he deserved because 4Extra went against him and he's a prophet. I'm African, so I'm supposed to believe in voodoo. I've just never been a big believer in voodoo. I've never seen evidence that it worked, but some people will swear by it. So I can't even comment on it. Like I can't even like, some people will swear by it. So that's their belief. I'm not going to speak on people's belief. For me specifically, I'm not really buying the voodoo thing. But if voodoo was real and Unc went to this extent to put voodoo on 4Extra to make his hand get blown off, this would be a gross this is like a gross overreaction. Like the punishment don't fit the crime. 4Extra essentially yelled at 607 Unc really loudly on a podcast because Unc called him gay. I don't feel like that will warrant a voodoo spell being placed on you to lose your hand.
I was not playing outside. I didn't understand. But look, I didn't understand the introduction. Hey, first off, I didn't understand. Gang, I'm from St. Louis, so I didn't understand. That's what I'm saying. All right, so that's what I'm saying. So let's first off, you didn't tell no nigga, no 40s. You don't know what that means. So stop. You didn't talk to no. I didn't understand. No, you didn't say none of that. I told you. Don't say no lie. The nigga was in jail. What you didn't do? That's not what I'm saying. Hold on, that's not what I'm saying. Hold on, Fox. Y'all misunderstanding what I'm saying. Hold on, real quick though, cuz. Don't get on here for your content. That's not what I'm saying. It's about to get you socked out because you did tell. You done walk up to none of us, nigga. I said told your ass right now. I said 6 O's right out. I said 6 O's. Ask your little homie. Don't say no 6 O's, no nothing. Bring up none of my homies, cause nigga gonna get socked out on here. My bad. This ain't no Munchie B or the what's that whoever them on phonies. I will sock you out of here.
I can understand being in.
Oh, he end up losing the same weapon that he was gonna hit him with. The same hand he was gonna hit him with. He lost his hand. He fronted his move. This shit got out of hand. What's going on, Tyrone? Happy 4th of July, man. Let's get it.
Embarrassed a little bit from that clip going viral and you looking a certain way, but that voodoo, I don't know, man. The last time I spoke on voodoo publicly, man, my subscribers ate me up. Y'all said that I'm dumb. I don't know what I'm talking about. That that voodoo is real. So I'm gonna let y'all decide, bro. Do y'all believe that 607 Unc voodoo was successful, or is he cloud chasing or taking credit? Let me know. And if you're still watching, man, click on this video here somewhere on my screen, somewhere. DJ Academics.
All right. So this is what we're gonna do, y'all. Shout outs to everybody here. There's a Rumble link. If you guys scroll up, there's a Rumble link in the chat. So I need you guys to do me a huge favor. There's also a Cash App link in the chat, and there's also a coffee store link in the chat that will lead you guys to PayPal. If you guys could please hit those links and support the show, and hit that Rumble link and head over to Rumble. Also, too, we'll be streaming on Kick. All right. Shout outs to Tyrone. Yep, Tyrone headed over to Rumble. All right. Cool. All right. Yeah, if you head over to Rumble, tap in. I wanted to open up the panel, but we don't have we don't have any support at all at the moment. 5 hours and 7 minutes into the madness. Head over to Rumble. All right. We're going to be streaming the movie She Hates Me from Spike Lee. All right. She Hates Me from Spike Lee. All right. Let's see if we got it here. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Make sure it's loaded up. These things take a minute to play. Hold on. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Head over to Rumble. I'm going to full screen this. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. If you're watching this on the playback, make sure you guys head over to Rumble. The playback will be there, or we might still be live by the time you head over there. Please hit the like button, support the show on air, off air. Please support Player Talk Radio everywhere because you care. All right? It's Player Talk Radio. Peace. All right. Shout outs to everybody here on Rumble. We're going to get movie night started. I'm waiting. I'm going to fire up Kick, so I'm powering down YouTube right now.